We're live. We're live. Okay. Evening, everybody. It's so great to have the entire board back together, back together. So welcome back, those of you who've been gone and everybody here. So we're gonna start out with our workshop. Our first item in the workshop is the deed restricted bio parcels, Dr. Bob's background and current concerns. So would staff like to do an introduction?
Sure. Lisa put together a PowerPoint, but it's not nearly as detailed as your cover memo and with all the attachments would be. So we would like to start by going through that briefly.
Sure.
And then answering any questions the board has before it becomes a topic this evening.
Great, thank you.
Is this one mine?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Evening, Mayor and board members. Let me get this switched. There's the slideshow. Sorry, there's always controls at the top of my screen that make it hard. There we are. So this will closely mirror what was included in the staff report related to Dr. Bob, but just for those who aren't as familiar, or just for a little bit of a reminder that what we call Dr. Bob, the deed restricted buyout properties, consists of 27 properties severely impacted by the 2013 floods. Properties were acquired through either FEMA or the Department of Housing and Urban Development, depending on the severity of impact. And then following acquisition by those two agencies, they were deeded to the town. And the town, in a desire to kind of set the vision, as well as potentially figure out ways to maintain and handle these properties over time, hired a consultant team to develop a community-driven plan to set forth a vision for the area. So just a number of slides here, just in terms of background. If this is helpful, we can come back to it. This map reflects which properties were acquired by HUD, which properties were acquired by FEMA, and the associated deed restriction language. The high level is the same, but there are a few little differences in the language depending on who acquired the program or who acquired the property. So we can come to that if helpful. The primary element of the Dr. Bob plan was this concept plan with the preferred site options. And this was, set back in 2016, 2017. And as you'll see today, a number of these elements have actually been executed and exist out there today. Some are in, slightly different forms or slightly different locations. And that really was the set in the Dr. Bob plan, that this was kind of the high level vision. And as things get implemented through board input, public input, they may alter and shift around a little bit. It's not entirely executed, as you all know. One of the components of the Dr. Bob plan was the neighborhood licensure program, which allows, in some parts of the Dr. Bob, on certain properties, allows neighboring property owners to enter into a license agreement with the town to use the properties to some degree, as well as maintain them. We have a number of these licenses in effect, and they're required to kind of maintain consistent with the deed restriction, as well as maintain insurance and things like that. And then we also have some properties that are more community oriented. And so we have license agreements with other entities, nonprofits, and we're going to talk more about that here coming up. Should it matter, I have the properties that are owned by the town and part of the program on this map. On our zoning map, just for background, all of the properties are currently zoned for residential uses. There's a few different residential zone districts, but they are not zoned parks and open space. Also have the floodplain map, should we need to talk about this. You'll see the floodplain map on the image on the screen here. And then finally, again, the town has executed agreements with Rocky Mountain Botanic Garden near 4th and Miley, as well as for the food forest along 5th Avenue and for the community orchard near 4th and Prospect. All of those agreements had come to the Board of Trustees for approval. And they are operating consistent with those agreements. And then from time to time, the town has approved special event permits for certain activities, kind of one-off events on those properties. And a number of those have kind of requested, or a few of those have come to the town administrator and our community relations, requesting maybe a little bit more of a, maybe like an annual event license, right? That they could operate up to a certain number of times per year, allow some minor amplification, things like that. So we would love to get more direction, should you desire to have that conversation tonight. And really, that's all I have in terms of background slides. So happy to go into any detail, or same with the town administrator in terms of history of how we got here.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Only that on your memo, this workshop came about because few weeks ago, the community, a portion of the community came and expressed concerns about the continued development of these lots, requested that the board consider a moratorium on further development of these lots. And so listed in your staff memo, I went through all the different public comments we received that night. I went through all of the written comments we received and had started to respond to them and thought, no, it's a lot here. So the board had requested that we put this on as an agenda item so that you could direct us on how you want to proceed in regard to any or all of these issues, and we just need some guidance.
I have a couple questions, but anybody else?
I do.
Go ahead.
So there's 26 or 27 properties. Does that include the Martin parcel? Are you counting that one in the equation?
Yes, the Martin Pub.
All right, so that's 27. What I'd like some information on is how many parcels do we currently have under licensure agreements?
I'll pull that up. Okay. You also had that on that one slide.
Yeah. I had the same question. There's the Rocky Mountain Botanic Garden, the Food Forest, and the Community Orchard.
Those are the only three for community lots.
Oh, got it.
Neighborhood licensure lots, there's several, probably 12 or so.
So we have kind of in some form or fashion, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of the lots
Yes.
have or have had license agreements, working with a couple property owners now to get their agreements kind of re-upped, so they don't lapse, but.
So these are, most of these licensure agreements, I'm sure, are for I forget how Dr. Bluff described it.
Neighborhood lots.
There's mid lots and then there's the ones on either side,
There's buffer zones
right?
between each. So how it was decided after the flood was that all of a sudden the town had 27 parcels we needed to maintain on a regular basis. This idea came up that we could if it was one lot between houses, we could offer that to those neighbors if they were willing to maintain them in exchange for their use. We can't sell them to them, but they can use them as a side yard or whatever. And so we have these 12.
Yeah, you can see on the map here,
I know it's on your,
the options,
can you see that okay? Do you want to?
Well,
So there's maybe just
It's right here. It's in our packet.
same document?
Well, but yeah, into the 3 community lots or they included here.
No, there's just 12 neighborhood lots, or 12 neighborhood licensors.
Yeah.
So community lots, we still have the large lot on Fourth between Park and Prospect. We have the large lot over on the other side of the river, at the curve at Third and Park. That was several homes that were together. That's how it was decided. If a lot didn't sit between two remaining homes and it consisted of, 2 or more lots, it could be considered for a community lot.
Is, What's the situation on 318 Third?
318 Third, that is a community lot.
There's no
And
license agreement on that.
there is no license agreement on it. The town, maintains part of it and some local folks in the neighborhood
Well, see, that's my question on that, because there's some inconsistency there. And Lee, I know you're familiar with that law.
Yeah.
You know, it was a group of residents or visitors, whatever, who
Yeah.
set up a horseshoe pit and whatnot.
Mhm.
Then I noticed last year we put up a park sign.
It doesn't say park, it just says town of Lines.
Well, we put up the regulations. That's similar to the ones we have
Similar,
in the
but it
parks,
doesn't say
right?
park, yes.
So to me, uninitiated, if I'm looking down, there's a city park, that's a park that I can use. I don't begrudge the people using it.
Sure.
I think there's some violations of the regulations that are clearly spelled out on the sign, but I don't know if anybody's looking at that or
I can
not.
tell you about it. So the people that used it, we reached out to them, because they are community lots. So yes, the community can use them. And, I said to that group, if you wanna license this lot, then you need to fill out the paperwork, take responsibility for it. And they said, we really don't. We'll take our chances. We wanna use it when we can, but if you need it for something else, it's yours. They just use it.
Well, when you say you take their chances, I mean, I go by there quite a bit, there's dogs at large, there's smoking.
Those should be
there's
called in,
there's
and we
drinking.
do.
I mean, I assume somebody's policing that according to the regulations. of the
Our
course.
sheriff
So
department.
I don't wanna get into the weeds on that, my only point is that there seems to be some inconsistencies in the way some of these lots are used.
Well, that was one of the community lots, and I guess there's a group that use it pretty regular. But
And
they
I
don't
think-
license it. They don't lease it.
I think the inconsistency that you're saying might be that that is a community lot that does have a sign on it with regulations and some dog waste bags. And others don't. I believe the reason for that is because it was being used, and so the town wanted to make the users
Clarify.
aware of the regulations.
That,
I think
yeah,
that just might be.
that
a-
this is community property that we follow the same rules, yeah.
So it has some parallels to what the crux of the issue is here, like talking about the orchard, for example. And the request that there be events there. Are we gonna put the sign at the orchards? Is there one there now
Mhm.
stating the regulations?
There it is, same sign.
Okay. And just one more question, on the licensure lots. Are they inspected for compliance on a regular basis?
Annually.
And by who?
Annually, the applicants fill out a renewal form. And then, our code compliance has to go out and take a photograph of them and attach it in the file. That's one of the requirements of the federal government. Is they want an annual picture to ensure that they are not being used inappropriately or that there's no structures on it.
Okay.
And we do that. Well, the residents are doing it. We can, yeah.
Okay.
Any other?
For review two things that I think I know the answer to, but it's possible they could have changed. The biggest, and the earliest and probably the most visible use has been for the botanical garden.
Mhm.
That was a plan, if I remember right, in the works even before the flood, and then after the flood, they came in and looked at that as a possible location.
They actually were looking at Third and Park for the botanical.
And we deliberately reserved one water connection and used town water share to help them implement their project.
Yes, you did.
And then I think the next thing that came along was the food farm over on the Fifth.
Mhm.
And this is what I want to make sure I remember correctly. I believe that what the decision at that time was to loan them the use of one town water share, and they had requested, as I recall, that the town pay for the putting in the water pipe and the spigot and everything. And we ended up agreeing to split the cost of them, which wasn't substantial. But right now, they're using a loaned water share.
That
Correct?
sounds correct.
And then later on came the orchard, which right until it was approved. I wasn't on the board at that time, but I talked with Clint about it several times. Didn't really have a designated water source. There was discussion of using the fire hydrant, but that wouldn't work.
Mhm.
And when it got approved, their plan, as I understood it, was they're gonna use they were gonna use the tank here at Town Hall and haul water there. Is that what they're doing?
That's what they're doing currently. It appears from talking with Mr. Delman that it has been. It's more arduous and the
Sure.
trees are getting, more like a flooding drink versus, smaller amounts of water, but, right now they are still hauling their own water.
There was also a community garden group that was working on it for a while, but it kind of
It fizzled.
fizzled
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, they were gonna work through Leaf as their nonprofit was gonna be Leaf.
But they, as I recall, hadn't really identified a water source.
The lot that they were looking at that is one of the areas we left one.
We left the tap,
Mhm.
but if it was to be utilized for a community garden, we'd have to put up a water share. We'd have to designate one of our water shares with Longmont to cover the use. Or
My understanding from Mr. Kaplan is we do have one left. If we want to
Oh,
use
one
that.
of the flood
Mhm.
credits, basically. Okay. I just wanted to be sure that's where we stood, because when you're talking about gardens or orchards or food farms,
Sure.
water is gonna be a big
Very
issue
important.
in mind. Trees need water.
Yep.
Gardens need water. And just so I think everybody is aware of this, but there was a community garden in Bone Park, pre-flood, that a number of people used, including us and everything, and the town supplied water to that, but at the time, the town had a well. We were,
Mhm.
it was well water that supplied, we weren't piping in treated water from Longmont that the town was paying for that, it was.
That's correct. It came from Bone Park, I think, is where we filled it up at. It was just a small tank. And that model was more of, the community being able to lease a plot.
Yeah.
I did one as well. And the model that was most recently proposed on Fourth Avenue was specific to Leaf and working with the school and the produce that it would grow would go back to the Lions Emergency Assistance. I'm sorry, Lions Elevating All Fund, as their food bank, fresh fruits and vegetables in the
And
summer.
I know we got a letter on that today, but there's no specific plan that's been proposed right now.
I haven't, that plan, it had gotten along quite a ways and they got stuck on the fence, what type of fence they could have. And then I don't know if that person left or what, but
I believe they did.
no one, I haven't heard from them for a while.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep, one thing in response to what Mark is asking is that the last board, it had been made very clear to us before we voted on this, that they did not, that they understood that water was not gonna be available on site at any point in the future. And that affected my vote, my decision to make the vote that I did on that. And so that is something that certainly we understood at the time that we voted on that there was not going to be a point in the future when we were requesting water.
And I think, I feel like we're sort of focusing on the orchard now. I want to pull us back a little bit.
Yeah.
So getting back to Dr. Bob in general. My understanding is that, so it was adopted in 2017 and there's an update schedule for it. Can you describe what the update schedule is or the review schedule?
The document recommends that it be reviewed annually by the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Annually?
And then a full review in 10 years, which would be
Where is
2027.
that? I was looking for it.
It's page 5.
And has
Page
it
five.
been,
Page 5 of this document that I read on the way back from Durango yesterday.
has it been reviewed annually by the PRC?
Park and Rec has done a good job with looking at it and weighing in. I don't think we've gotten that formal feedback every year, but I know they do look at it and they're the ones who made the recommendation, that we should rezone it and try to name the large parcel. I don't know if you want to call it the Fries or the Stacy, but the large parcel that makes up, several acres.
Well, and
I would like to, I'd like to request that we request a formal review by PRC once a year, make sure that we get that. So that it can be on the board agenda and the community can weigh in. And then the other question I have is, are there any development proposals or plans in the works for any of these lots?
Not right now. The community garden was the closest, probably. No, not that I can think of,
For new license requests.
no.
Any other question?
I just wanted to clarify the plan that the Parks and Rec Commission is supposed to be reviewing every year. Is that the concept plan? Or is it this Dr. Bot plan in general?
When I see that, it says,
Felt like it was under chapter, like it was under a chapter regarding the concept.
it's under how to use this plan.
Okay.
And it says, it's under the paragraph that says, it is likely that some of these elements will never be implemented. Funding limitations, ever-changing community needs and interests, evolving infrastructure and other opportunities and obstacles will inevitably impact any decisions about these concepts. To the extent possible, the narrative discusses such factors to anticipate these changing dynamics. The Parks and Recreation Commission should review the Dr. Bob plan
Thank you.
annually and prioritize implementation steps for the following year.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, that's a great assignment for the PRC
Mhm.
every year.
And I think that's how it came up this last year, was they were talking about it. Wanting to possibly name the area and, did they want to look at, doing anything more?
Well, and to be completely honest, I read in there that there was a site gateway that was recommended. And that is exactly what trustee Delman came to the LHC in the
Asked
spring
for.
for, was a site gateway.
Into
Sign
that parcel.
for the orchard.
To that
Oh,
parcel.
That's exactly, yeah, to the parcel.
A site gateway sign.
And that's part of the plan. It's one of the recommendations is to have a site gateway. And so, and so he was referring to the orchard in specifically, and I followed up with the question, well, what about the entire parcel? Would we want to have it, instead of having one sign for the orchard and another sign for that parcel, what we just did? So that was my question back to the PRC. Parks and Rec was, do we want to name the park and have one sign for the park? That was the origin of that question.
Yeah, kind of.
Just to clarify.
Greg, did you have something else?
Well, the Dr. Bob plan is focused primarily on the confluence and the Martin parcel. It really doesn't have much to do with the scattered other parcels there. I was just looking in here somewhere, I know there's more of the audience here tonight, the issues that we received via email have to do about, the impacts on the quality of life for the people, and if there were to be turned into a event venue. And somewhere in here, it talks about recognizing the uniqueness of the Confluence neighborhood and respecting the wishes
That could be.
of the neighbors. Yeah, understanding the desires and concerns of these most affected neighbors, that would be the Confluence folks, was identified as a fundamental component of this project. So it seems to me that their concern should be in the forefront of anything we're deciding about any of this, these bio properties in the Confluence.
And, I missed a lot of the conversation because I was gone for the community meeting and for the ensuing discussions. But I don't recall any proposals to turn any of the parcels into event venues. Have there been, and I missed them?
No more than whatever events those two nonprofits have sponsored,
Like the.
like the cider pressing and the pie tasting, the Botanic Garden does a sale. The Food Forest has had a couple small events, but no, there's not been any talk about.
There's been a mention of the amplified music use of amplified music and, gatherings of no more than 100 people.
That was a request that was made, and tonight I'm hoping we can get direction from you on how you want to handle that.
One more question. In anywhere in that previous conversation, because I missed the meeting too, was there talk about rezoning these parcels?
You had a,
So, yeah, there was the background that we didn't cover here tonight was as a request of the PRC. Town staff developed an application to rezone, and I can show you which ones. I have a slide for that. Certain properties from R1 to residential, or excuse me, from R1 to Parks and Recreation. And Planning Commission had a public hearing. They actually had, and then they continued it for more information. So it's the 3 properties shown on the slide here, to rezone to the Parks and Open Space Zone District. And then there was some unexpected consternation with the community. So instead of holding the public hearing with the Board of Trustees, we held an open house at the Lions Library on July 29th. I believe 3 trustees attended that, just to hear feedback.
Only 3 were available.
Sorry, thank you. And then at the following board meeting, board directed staff to withdraw the application and not pursue rezoning at this time.
no?
No.
One question. So for the unlicensed lots,
Mhm.
the town
Maintains.
public works staff has been doing the maintenance on those.
Correct,
For the licensed lots, the licensees are responsible for doing it.
yes. And on the town, the community lots that are not leased, yes, the town, we try at least twice a year, it's not very often, to go out and mow. Keep it very basic, we do some tree maintenance on them. But up to now, the Parks Department has been doing that. So now if we have decided we're not gonna pursue rezoning, we should change that budget item over to the general fund.
How much, how substantial would that be dollar wise?
A few days of work. I mean, we're talking probably, I don't know, a week of labor.
So it's not a substantial amount.
No, I don't think we've done anything. They've already, they've been seeded and overseeded and all that early on, so the expenses of putting them back, the natural grasses back is done. We don't water any of them. So, no, it's pretty minimal. But I do think that there probably has not been enough discussion on, the whole idea of if parks or residential. And so they just have done it because they were always called open space.
And that makes some logical sense at one level. And remember that 1 cent of our general sales tax money goes to parks. And so there's been a number of discussions over the years about whether that's something that should continue forever or whether we should put the 1 cent back into the general fund where most communities have it. So the idea that some portion of that 1 cent goes to take care of a few things that aren't officially parks doesn't trouble me
No, I-
particularly.
I was just referring to, when we're talking about this, I can understand how it's confusing because parks think of them as open space. The document refers to that, but they have been residential, and for the neighbors, it feels different.
In
So,
practical matter, they are
Yeah.
open space, and that's why
Yeah.
that was the genesis of the zoning rediscussion. I understand that. But for reasons we went through in the hearing, the open space zoning opens up more uses than the keeping the residential zoning, so that's what we decided to do.
mhm.
Was there ever any consideration that they be zoned municipal?
I don't think that was.
Because if you look at the municipal zoning,
Yeah, right.
most of the things that are allowed in municipal zoning are not allowed according to the bio property.
I would probably suggest establishing its own district specific for these properties. I think that might be,
Yeah.
if you're looking at a zone change, that I think would probably be something to evaluate.
I think that's a great idea.
I floated that idea with some of the residents when this first zoning came up. May have been something I even kind of suggested at one time, but I think realistically, what would happen if we proposed rezoning into some special new category tailored to these very unique properties, which aren't really residential, aren't really parks, they're kind of in between with the whole flood history. I think if you started that process, what you would see is a mini version of what happened with the Dr. Bob plan. You would have different interests, some who want community uses, some who want restricted uses that protect the neighborhood. And you would see that whole process, which was a long, involved, and at times very contentious process, happen again, with the result being pretty unpredictable. My guess is you would end up with a zoning classification that would be probably less restrictive than what's there now, if you tried to accommodate some of the community uses. And so for those, neighborhood residents here now, for those neighborhood residents to say, yeah, we ought to try to fashion a new zoning category, be careful what you ask for, because what you end up with may not be what you really have in mind. It may be far less restrictive in terms of uses than what you have on there now as a practical matter.
For instance, if you had ag, then the number of uses for ag is a little startling. If it's municipal, then that's a whole different ballgame. Parks and open space, we already see what would be involved in that, and we see how it relates to the 2017 plan. At this point, the most restricted is R1. And I think that was why at the time when we made the decision this summer, R1 to continue it where it is now made the most sense because it was the most restrictive. It doesn't really fit any of them. My own feeling is, yeah, I think what you're saying, Lisa, is right, that it'd be better if we came up with something that was specific to that. I sure don't really want to tackle it. Well, let the next board deal with that. So we can start that process 7 months from now. But if we were to go in that direction, I personally would want to see it quite restricted. And to more show the kinds of restrictions that we have with R1. But R1 is really a misnomer for it. The other thing that concerns me about R1 is FEMA still exists. Will it exist next year?
Next week.
Next week? And they can refigure the floodplain, correct me if I'm wrong, but they can refigure the floodplain next Thursday if they decide to. There's no definite time for them to reconfigure the floodplain. And there were changes the last time around, which means that some of those properties under the new requirements could in fact be developed, correct?
We have several properties that are no longer in the floodplain.
Yeah.
At all, not even the 500.
And I think that having a specific zoning district for these properties would actually give the neighbors some relief in knowing what to expect, right? It's R1 and we can't build a structure on it, so there's no, it's very amorphous right now. And I'd be curious to know if there are other municipalities, even around the country, who have similar situations, and curious to know
A
about.
lot of our neighboring communities do have differentiation in their parks and open space zone districts, so either, 2 or 3 different tiers, so that I think is very routine. I would have to do some research though, just to see kind of what types of zone districts would more closely reflect the deed restrictions that exist, coupled with the floodplain, coupled with the history of.
It sounds like an L district to me, like, sounds like a Lions.
Yeah,
It
Or
was,
simply, how many neighboring towns have Dr. Bob lots that are still zoned R1? Or have they changed them?
Superior is the only one I can think of. They actually did some buyouts after the Marshall Fire, but that were in the floodplain when the properties were destroyed, but those were acquired through different set of funds. And so they had been slowly getting rezoned to open space natural, but they were not, their context there is very different because they're not the.
Boulder County has some.
and I appreciate your comments and your concerns, Mark, about the public engagement process and something like this. And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's suggestions that the next board tackle it. But I think it would be worthwhile. I think it might be a hard project to undertake, but I think giving the residents the peace of mind of knowing exactly what is and is not allowed in that specific zone would be helpful.
Let me point out one thing too about the R1 zoning that I've talked about with several residents too. If you look down the principal uses and the conditional uses that are allowed in R1 zoning, not many of those things can actually be done on these properties because of the
Yes,
federal
exactly.
restrictions. However, there's one conditional use everybody should be aware of in there. It says the conditional use is recreational facility. That's not defined. What does that mean? Does that mean an orchard? Does that mean a structure of some sort that you could do under FEMA, like a gazebo, for example, that you could do an open sided gazebo? I think that's one issue. If you keep R1 zoning, what if somebody proposes a recreational facility? But my view of that is that the neighborhood is protected on that because it's a conditional use for somebody to propose whatever recreational facility they might want. They have to go through the conditional use review process, PCDC public hearing, notification to the neighbors, then appeal to the Board of Trustees public hearing. There's a very public process that allows ample time for public input. So that if somebody did try to take advantage of that recreational facility conditional use that's allowed under R1 zoning, the neighborhood would have plenty of opportunity to be informed and respond on it. So that is something that is there if you keep it R1 zoning, but I think that there's a public process that would take care of any use that might be of concern to the neighborhood.
Yeah, Victoria. Just a couple comments. In regard to the 2013 flood, Boulder County was the other jurisdiction that had the most buyouts. And those were, a lot of them were in Apple Valley. I think there were 24 up there, or 10? 10 there. The difference is Boulder County doesn't allow building in their floodplain where we do. And so once they acquire them, they just become, nothing is going to happen on those. So it's a little different there. I remember when this was all happening, FEMA and HUD, they said this is called the checkerboard effect. And it's really difficult to come up with a solution on how to address this. And we actually, I don't know if you guys know this, but two different entities gave us awards for this plan because it was so unique. The American Planning Association, National American Planning Association did, as well as Dr. Cog. And both for just planning really unusual circumstances. So, I'm not aware of anyone else in the flood we went through that has the same situation. I'm sure somewhere else in the nation probably does, but at the time this happened, it was pretty unique.
Paula, to your point about the changing whims and vagaries of FEMA, I don't believe that these lots, even if they come out of the floodplain, are going to be allowed to be built on because of the financial recompense that was given by FEMA to the owners. I mean, they're not gonna say, oh, here's $250,000 and then 15 years later say, oh, you can build a house. We were just kidding. So.
Victoria.
There is a very, very, very small percentage chance that you could go to the head of FEMA, the director. You would have to pay them back for what they paid for it. So you could buy back the lot. And it would have to take that person's approval to do it. So it has to go way up the
All the
chain.
way to Washington.
I assume they want the present value. You shouldn't be able to buy it back from the federal government.
I don't think so because they bought it at pre-flood value. So you'd pay the pre-flood value. Most of these lots at the time were between 235 and 265 with homes on them.
Of course, very significant constraint for ever doing something like that. is that
Absolutely.
The utilities are gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Physical lines are
Very
gone,
expensive.
water shares are gone, the electric connections are gone, which would all have to be undergrounded at this point under our code. So the cost of reinstituting utilities to those residential lots is probably a deal killer in and of itself, even if you could theoretically buy them.
I have learned never to say never. I see what people are spending on houses around here.
Let's put it this way, if you have to spend all that money to reinstitute those utilities and pay the feds back for the lot, what is the resulting, what are the resulting home prices gonna be if anybody ever did a home there?
Totally.
It's not gonna be affordable, I can tell you that.
No. And I thank you, I didn't know that you had to go to the head of FEMA to, you know. So that's really helpful to know, and I hope it's helpful for the community here, because I've heard some concerns that those lots are going to be built on, that we're gonna build housing there, and that is just not the case.
There are no plans to do so.
Yeah. And if somebody wants to go try to find the head of FEMA in Washington, good luck.
Especially during a disaster, apparently.
He's been furloughed, or she's been furloughed.
Should the board direct, to revisit the plan on the 10-year cycle with the community, I would imagine that there would be probably better clarity following community engagement about what could be within a zone district specific for this area. So you could use that review of that plan to begin kind of the conversation about zoning, so maybe an opportunity to pair them.
And that's 2 years from now.
Oh, really one.
It just says at least everything.
Yeah.
So
You could
there's,
start it
would there be
at-
anything preventing us from beginning the process sooner than 2027?
It would be do you want to have an outside consultant do it instead of staff?
Capacity,
Or it would just be capacity?
Okay, and it's something to think about.
absolutely.
And I'll mention this again during the regular meeting, but I thought an excellent suggestion was made on one of our communications that came from Ms. Justice, and that is to have the community property lessees, either the ones now and the ones that may be interested in a community garden, sit down and talk with the neighborhood residents and exchange views of this is what we'd like to do with our community lots. These are our concerns about the neighborhood. That should be the starting point in a small town, and it's a great idea. Sit down and talk to each other and see if you can come up with something that works for both parties. That hasn't happened yet. And that needs to happen. That's how we gotta work things out in a small town. Sit down and talk to each other. That's the starting point.
I know in conversation with some of the Confluence residents, there was concerns about the budget items, the long-term budget items that started that discussion, but there have been improvements in that large lot over the last few years. There's the stone circle.
That was brought to the board.
Okay, so my question really was, what was the emphasis behind those improvements that were made?
Well, the whole plan, it says that we are supposed to have a gathering circle there. And then the community wanted it.
The Dr. Bob plan,
Yeah.
but the doctor, okay.
And it was, the 10-year commemoration of the flood was what
We
spurred
were looking
creating
for a
that.
gathering place. And the board approved it and they were leftover rocks, I think, from something else, and
Mhm.
there was no cost to them. And it called for an outdoor classroom, so they could use it as that as well, moving forward. So before, we have until 6:15 slated. Also, if after you hear your public input and you guys have your discussion direction, the two requests from the current nonprofits that are holding these is, would we consider not charging them $100 per special event? And would we consider letting them use a single microphone with a box, not music necessarily, but amplification for making announcements during their events or for speakers, because they do have educational speakers. So that is the two requests I'd like to get direction on, if I could please.
All right. All right, thank you very much. So if there's nothing else right now on Dr. Bob, we'll move on to the second part of the workshop, which is proposed amendments to boards and commission scopes and responsibilities in the Lions Municipal Code.
Okay, and Lisa's gonna pull up that PowerPoint as well.
Great.
I was quite surprised. We had a request from Housing and Human Services many months ago to make some changes to their scope. specifically to include housing in their responsibilities and scope. And so we gave notice to the other boards and commissions that this was your opportunity if you wanted to update. And we waited and made HHSC wait for quite a while. And in the end, they're the only ones who did submit any changes.
That's surprising to me because I know, when I was the liaison to LAHC, they wanted to make some changes at that point.
Well, they're the only ones who submitted it
Okay.
within the time frame. And so what I've done is decided since we're gonna have to, since we're probably making amendments to that section, I took a quick glance through the whole chapter or section 2. If you want to go to the next one. And we did a little, when did all this start? Because some
Oh my
people
God.
think we have way too many boards and commissions, others think that it's fine. So I had our deputy clerk look, and it all started back in 78 with the planning commission, which of course became a statutory requirement. And you can see over the years how they created new commissions. They even had a public safety at one place. And then it got all let's see, from 78 to 83, it got reorganized. And then over the years, this gets looked at every few years, as you can see. And most recently, some of you might remember this. This is when we did the advice. We used to have what was called the weed tree. Oh, what was it? Greg, do you remember? Weeds, trees, and other green things or something.
That sounds like an
And-
HOA.
Yeah, that got changed. But you can see how things have evolved over the years. Oh, trees, weeds, and landscaping. And then most recently, the last couple of years, we did create a student advisory board in 2019. We amended HSAC, it used to be called it used to be Human Services and Aging Commission, and then we changed it after the flood. And then Parks and Rec has recently changed, and then a couple years ago, we made a few changes to board meetings and procedures. So as of right now, we have asked all the different boards to look at their scope and responsibilities. I also had the staff liaisons look at it in case boards and commissions didn't have time or didn't prioritize this. Strike throughs in these recommendations represent language that's being recommended to be removed. Underline is language we're recommending be added. And then,
So these came from staff?
oh, no. I'll show you which ones. No, there's just a couple little things I can show you. What we'd like to do after your discussion and direction tonight is prepare a first reading, October 20th, and a second reading and public hearing for November 4th. So go ahead, Lisa. So the first section of this code is definitions. There are no recommended changes to these. This is basically following code saying, everyone must have to have minutes and agendas and all of those things. How we're going to advertise recruitment. The mayor will appoint, and the board of trustees will confirm, and that each board and commission will have trustee liaison and possibly a staff liaison. So there's no recommended changes there. Terms remain at 2-year terms, and a person can sit for a total of 3 terms for 6 years, okay? After that, they have to either ask, if you go back, they either have to come back and ask the mayor to be reappointed after 6. There's also a clause here for if someone is not attending meetings, that they can be removed from that commission. And then also talking about vacancies. No recommended changes to these. This is the first change, and this was a staff recommendation, was instead of calling chairperson, vice chair, and second vice chair, I don't hear anyone using that word, just change it to a recorder. So that, oh,
Good question.
Yeah.
Something you just said. Where does it say in there that members staying more than 6 years need to come back and ask to
you
stay?
go back one right there. It says,
Under C.
C,
The last-
a board or commission member can serve up to 6 consecutive years on one board. After 6 years, the member may reapply to serve. So this is the first recommendation. I don't know if anybody has any comments. You agree, disagree, or if there's another word people prefer.
I think secretary might be
Yeah.
more commonly understood.
Yeah, and that's what most people use. On the three.
Recording secretary. That's the word term we've used most often.
Yeah.
So you'd like to recommend I'll wait till you give me direction. Somebody take note of that recording secretary. All right, so that was a staff recommendation. Keep going.
Do we have, who's checking on 6 years? I mean, my guess is a lot of.
We
people
track
themselves
that.
don't.
I have,
We do track it?
We
Oh,
track it, we
absolutely.
talk about it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have a spreadsheet that's date of appointment, terms. You
and
let the
so,
folks
and
know.
that is being communicated to the commissions and to the individual members.
Yes, and what it also says though, is if there is not a replacement, that person may remain seated until someone else is appointed.
Yeah, that I was aware of. I just didn't know if we were actually.
Oh, yeah, we
checking
track it.
on
I'll tell you, it takes a few hours every week, but they do it.
We ran into an interesting situation on the ecology board where they couldn't, the new members that were present there could not approve meeting notes from 2 months ago because only one of them was there.
Yeah.
So.
But you really can't. That is a purely a personal preference. You can approve minutes.
We did.
Yes, good, good. This section is all about meeting on a regular time and, how you will handle, how we take what's quorum and how much notice. It must be in a public place, all of that. What we haven't been very good on here is C. During January of each year, they're supposed to submit a summary of key accomplishments from the prior year and a work program for goals for the next year. I wish that said, that should happen during budget. Because it's too late in January if a group wants to, but I didn't know if there was interest in changing that right now. This is how it's currently worded.
Oh, we should make it easy for the town report because that's basically what they do in their section of it. So.
I think it's just that piece about setting up your intended goals for the following year. It's late to do that in
Yeah.
January. But nonetheless, that's how it's currently worded. Yeah.
Sorry, not to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
Dolores, just to be clear, you don't want draft meeting notes. You
Yes.
only want approved meeting notes, correct?
Once they've been approved, that way they can get uploaded to the
No,
website.
that's not accurate. We do want your draft. We want them to stay draft. Otherwise, they don't see them for another month.
But
so-
no one's uploading the draft is my point. Only the finalized minutes are posted to the website.
Posted to the website
Right.
maybe, but there's no reason we can't post draft so people know what happened.
True.
Because it says within 5 days or within a week, they're supposed to have them in.
And if they're only meeting,
And maybe to facilitate that, you could send out a Microsoft Word template with a draft watermark on it that they can use. That would make it
Yeah,
easier.
and you know how it's been trying to
Yeah,
communicate with people. It's very difficult
yeah.
to get everybody on the same page.
So where do they go? You're not gonna post them, right?
Yeah.
Or you are going to-
we can post them with the draft
I
watermark
think they should be.
until they're.
I think they should be as well. I thought we were.
But we don't do it with board minutes. They're not posted anywhere until I post
Maybe
the
not your
packet.
board, but the rest do.
Maybe every 2 weeks, so you've got a draft within 10 days usually of what we've done.
But yeah, people, so we need to, sounds like get that one firmed up, so.
Yeah.
We can work on that one.
January?
I have a question, since we're talking about posting, there was no mention here about agendas or.
It's in here.
Where's the part about agendas and when to post agendas?
It
is.
it's here. A copy of the list of attendees, agenda and minutes of each meeting shall be furnished to the town clerk within 10 days of the meeting for posting on the town website.
Earlier in that same paragraph.
Yeah. The 24 hours.
In advance of all meetings.
I guess,
It's following. the
Yeah, where it's
state
saying
statute.
providing public notice at least 24 hours, I have to post an agenda. 24
right, right. I guess the reason why I'm bringing up the agenda is for the first time in 3.5 years that I have served as BOT liaison to a commission. I was really surprised when I sat down with our town administrator to talk about the student advisory committee to learn that I should actually be sitting down with the commission chair to set every agenda. And I have never done that once. Never done that, not once. And I thought it was so refreshing.
Some people don't want to.
No, I know, but I just, I feel like it's almost too late for me to start meeting with the commission chair. I know I have felt frustration before.
But I'm sure you
With
will.
various
if you-
commissions.
Whoever that is, you're gonna help them.
Right, and I'm just like, I wonder if there's a way to just clarify that somewhere or point that out to BOT liaisons that, maybe they wanna sit down with the staff liaison and the commission chair to communicate what our priorities are and help set the agenda.
Yeah,
I have
like
never-
planning commission meets a few days, the next day after their meetings, they used to have a meeting and
I would
set
love
the
to have
next
done
one.
that, and it never even occurred to me.
I would do that in our board and commission training. That is where I would do that.
Okay,
Recommend
so
it.
you would,
Doesn't mean you have to.
you definitely make that recommendation during the training,
Sure.
so I must have missed that memo.
So, let's keep going here, but as none of the basics, there's no recommendations. Arts and humanities did not turn in anything, and both the staff liaison and myself have read through these, so we did not have recommendations. Keep going, Board of Adjustment, the only thing recommended here, this of course falls under state statute. But instead of calling it the Town Inspection Division, just calling it the Building Department would update this, since we don't have a Town Inspection Division. So that is a staff recommendation. Economic Vitality did not turn in any recommendations. I think they have another page. They did not turn in any. Historic Preservation, this one was listed as 5 members instead of 7. And I remember they did that back in like 2017 or 19 when they were really having trouble finding members and they asked for this. I think we're at a point now that all of ours have 7 and this group, we can find those members as well. So I'd like to make them all consistent with 7.
Okay.
That is a staff recommendation. Parks and Rec went through this. They did not have any recommendations. Oh, yes, they did one. Under number 5, the underline is an add-in. They would like it to say, recommend applications to funding sources to support the Parks, Open Space and Trails Plan and recreational opportunities with the approval of the trustees.
I assume recreational opportunities would be like,
If they had a GoCo grant
yeah.
for playground.
Yeah.
Right. So they would like to add that.
I have something on Parks and Rec, and it's come up years ago, and this review process triggered my memory on it. I've never understood why, and it's under subsection 6, Parks and Recreation was given responsibility over sidewalks. Because if you think about it, in our park and open space, there aren't any sidewalks, basically, there's the multimodal trail and sandstone, but other than that, sidewalks normally get considered, and we've done this several times, along with streets and stormwater and that type of thing, and it seems to me like that responsibility belongs more with the utilities aspects and the infrastructure aspects that the UEB does than with parks.
I think this was a discussion back further, like maybe 2015, maybe amendment, not for sure. It's totally up to you guys. It was discussed, and because so many of the trails were connected via sidewalk. They weren't called multimodal back then, they were just sidewalks. If you think of the whole length of Broadway, that's all sidewalk, but it's a trail.
Streets connect parks too, so.
I know,
Cars on
so
streets.
that's totally up to you guys. We don't have a public works, we don't have any committees that oversee public works per se. So if you want it to go under UEB, that's up to you guys.
I don't think, why does sidewalks need to go under anything? Or board and commission? I mean, you
Because
guys-
it's a public
I would think it's more around connectivity, right? Just making sure somebody, if you're thinking about trail systems, sidewalks are part of a trail system in terms of connectivity.
Mhm.
So that's just my kind of outside look at this.
I don't agree with that. Sidewalks are part of the trails. And giving them jurisdiction over trails is fine.
Just
Sidewalks.
overall
And
connectivity.
in neighborhoods, what does that have to do with parks?
Well, I think that's why they put that all collectively to be known as pathways, so who knows? I mean, that's totally your guys' call.
Yeah, if we decide that we wanna talk about removing sidewalks from their,
During your
during our
direction.
discussion, that's
Okay.
fine.
So that was all they recommended as a commission, was that one addition. Planning and community development really follows, Colorado revised statute. They did not recommend any changes. And then it goes to sustainable futures. I think this was it. Let me see if there's one more.
Okay.
They did not submit anything either. Yeah, they had that one. They did not. So that takes us up to,
For the SFC's
uh-huh,
C3. We know if the Boulder County Consortium of City Sustainable Energy Plans still exist, or?
The consortium hasn't discussed, a sustainable energy plan since I've been
can you
on
make
it.
a note of that?
And I've been on it.
I'm just wondering, should we just,
We
Should
should
we
write
check
that?
in, I'll check into it before the first reading,
Yeah,
okay,
and then that makes that
we have a
also,
meeting Thursday, I could ask Kathy.
that'd be really
Yeah.
great if it does exist, that you guys review that, to see if there's
Yeah, or
projects
there's
within
something
it.
more appropriate.
Mhm.
there might be something different now
Yeah.
in the county.
That'd be great if you wanna check into that.
Mhm.
Ecology board, apparently did talk about it.
What's the gray?
That's an area, that in the notes that I was reading, there were comments from some of the members saying they thought this was way too detailed than the rest of the groups, and to keep it broad. I think it was Kurt maybe, and
Well-
so, but they didn't vote on this, I'm just making that clear. So,
Yeah, so my point, and I've been on that board for what, 11 years in one way, shape or manner or another. I've always pressed for that when I was chair, but it really is a bridge too far. We've been talking about it year after year, and it turns out, well, maybe we can hook into the town's GIS system, maybe we can do the overlays. We had a member one time who was a genius in terms of all the GIS stuff, and then he left. And that died of boring, and, for us to go out there and hire consultants and
Well,
try to determine soil types and what's a category A wetland or a category B wetland. I took a stab at this years ago. I called it the upland plan. It was going to mimic the Sustainable River Corridor Action Plan, same deal. And it's bewildering. We have such a small town that a lot of these things don't actually fit.
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
we only think of 2 wetlands in town.
the recommendation of the gray would be to remove it,
Yeah,
but I wanted you to be able to read it.
yeah.
And it was not recommended by them. I went through and looked at these really detailed things that we haven't been doing. And I think they fit within the beginning. And so, they can come forward with a lot of recommendations and projects without having that much detail. in it.
well, and not having the detail in it actually frees them up to have reviews other than this.
Yeah,
So
so the idea behind this was if somebody comes up and proposes a development, a piece of land that's judged to be sensitive land or whatnot. It's right there, it's in the record, but I think that information is available elsewhere within the town's GIS system, so,
So we would recommend removing the gray.
Yeah.
yeah.
And there's several of these in.
Some of that stuff, with
Including on the next slide.
Yeah, there's several. There's several.
some of that stuff in the gray, I wasn't sure why it was highlighted, some of that. Kind of gets over into non-advisory type responsibilities, which
Yes.
come up several times with the.
Some look like staff responsibilities.
Absolutely.
So, going through this at the staff level, we have never seen this plan either at the beginning an annual written plan for the care, preservation, pruning of every tree.
Maybe that's a remnant from the trees. weeds, and
It is, and,
landscaping.
and I think Dave takes care of that with his Arbor Day application, I mean.
So we would recommend two be removed.
Yeah,
And then I wasn't sure the updated word for number 4. It's more of the referrals. And, but I didn't think it's site design.
No, I think that would, she'll review development.
Development
Plans,
proposals?
yeah,
Development
development plans, but I think,
Which would be the site?
yeah, the site design, site plans.
It's just a different word than
Well,
what we use.
and the question I have about this is, around the term ecologically important,
Yeah, same.
because how that's. So that could be considered subjective,
Right.
and so,
And if so, what's the process and criteria?
yeah, that could get super complicated.
I would prefer. And I worked this out with Andrew and Lisa, I don't know if anybody's talked to you about this, but. I would prefer that the ecology board said all. Site design and let them make the call, whether it's a judge ecologically important.
I end up,
When I was chair, I had 3 or 4 of them come across my desk and I just looked at them and I went, there's nothing ecologically sensitive about this, so we just signed off on it.
so I believe all boards and commissions at least get the email referral for any development review application
Right.
that is, but not building permits, right? So I think some clarity around what is a site plan that is, subject to your review. And I had talked with Director Cosgrove and offered to come to your meeting at some point, just to talk a little bit more about what is development review, what are the codes and how do we do that? And then we can work together on making sure the process we have in place is working.
Yeah.
And I think that might make sense for any board and commission that is weighing in on development proposals.
But I agree, with you. Just to leave ecologically important parcels of land in there. It is subjective, we don't know until we see it, so
And
if you were just to. Give us site designs for which you think are ecologically important pieces of land. That we wouldn't be fulfilling our mission.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to presume
Right.
that.
And then number 5, we can always do, I don't think all the groups do that. They advise, consult with people. I don't know about advise being the right word, but nonetheless, this is not something we find it anywhere else. And then, and if any of you have, so then. Oh, this is put into the same verbiage as the others. We didn't mention all these position names because sometimes those change. So it's just changing it to a verb support. Same with the next one. And then 8, the bottom part of that is already handled in the first sentence.
I think these are great changes. They make it much more clear.
And I think this will bring this one, which has always been really more detailed. And if you have other suggestions, I'll bring the first reading back, please make them.
Okay.
But that was the biggest change was this one. And then the next, is that all of them? Utilities and engineering went through theirs. They thought theirs was fine. It's very short.
Hey, housing and human
Wait,
services.
I would point out there that going back to the sidewalks issue, and I'll bring this up to the meeting there. So paragraph number 1 mentions construction of public works. The second one talks about public works and, public improvements. Paragraph 2 mentions public works, public engineering projects, and 3 mentions capital projects. And given how much sidewalks cost these days, I think that's probably where this is where it belongs.
Up to you
Bring that
guys.
up at the meeting.
Okay. Yep, and then we finally get to HHSC. So the changes here, actually, they're wanting a little more input into what a few of these things mean. So under responsibilities, they want to add human services and housing. Remove aging because aging is part of human services. And under number 2, helping to oversee programs and facilitate service delivery within town is not a requirement of any of the other groups. But they do want to see, if you'll go back, please,
Yeah.
what does oversee mean? And maybe that would make a difference if they want to leave that in there. But, what does that mean in the case of an advisory board when they're not?
To me, that introduces an element of responsibility that I don't think any advisory board should have, because that would also introduce an element of liability.
So that was, they were hoping to remove that whole line. And then under number 3, the bold is what they'd like to add. Actively support the engagement of the aging generation, provide volunteer services within the town to provide for basic aging needs, but volunteer. And then in red is their comments. They would like direction. Is this possibly similar to Leaf's function as they grow in their volunteer program? Oh, so that's currently there in the.
And stuff in red was, we wanted to find that.
Mhm.
How about provide volunteer services as needed within the town, and then if they're not needed because Leaf expands their volunteers, it's still fine.
So maybe, maybe that liaison will talk during audience business.
Yep.
Or, you guys can, and then you can discuss it when it's your item.
Okay.
And then the last one, if you want to read that, has to do with poverty, disabilities, minorities, others. Emergency preparedness. Does the BOTC program design as a function of them? If so, what does that process look like to you?
I think that's a
Cause it says
great
design
question.
programs.
Yeah, and that's a skill set that we can't assume the makeup of any board or commission would have.
I would suggest, similar to what Mayor Robbins' suggestion last, one, maybe change that to say, provide recommendations on programs that are tailored. That's really what they're.
Mhm.
Okay, so that is the guidance they have been seeking and waiting so long.
Waiting so patiently for. Thank you, Chair Sparks.
So is someone, you're taking notes when you make
Did you
your,
not add 6 through 9?
oh, this is all I had. There's 6 through 9.
Oh, there.
Oh, right here it is.
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you so much, because that was the meat of it.
They would like to add matters pertaining to housing and human services instead of any special matter of concern.
Right?
And they'd like to add whole new sentences under number 8 and 9. Shall take an active role in identifying funding sources, including grants to develop new and support established housing options. And upon the request of the Board of Trustees, will facilitate the process of assessing appropriate housing for qualified groups.
Accessing.
Accessing appropriate housing for qualified groups. This probably became about after the summit.
Yeah, I'm still trying to rack my brain for an example.
Maybe that should also be assisted facility, you know.
Yeah, I think soften it and funding sources for not, I would say not just housing options, but any human services related endeavor.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note that this is identifying sources, not applying or grant writing or making any decisions about them.
Okay. 1 second.
That is it for that one.
Oh, student advisory, no changes to that. And we are going to have our first meeting in October.
I wanted to clarify here for the Student Advisory Commission, it doesn't say anything about them being residents of this community, does it?
It says they must be students. It says, members. No more than 7 voting members and any number of non-appointed, non-voting members between 14 and 19. They must be in high school or equivalent academic program.
So they can be
Because I was just speaking to some high school students today who may live outside of the town of Lyons, and I was wondering if it was the same policy as for every commission where you can have two commissioners who live outside of Lyons. That was my assumption, but
It's
not
actually
clarified.
three,
It's three can be from outside of town?
except for planning commission and board of adjustments. Those
Okay.
all seven must live in town.
Okay,
But on the others, it's the minority can be out.
a minority.
So they don't have to go to Lions High School.
No, they can
Right.
go,
They homeschool, they can go
Right,
to
right.
Walmart, they can go
Yeah.
anywhere.
they can be going to a technical or going GED.
I think that's great.
No, I just wanted to make sure that it didn't say in here that they had to be a resident of the town of Lyons.
I think that's in the, is that in those general or was it each one? No, I think it's in the general, so
Is it?
four should be. Well, we should attend to anyway.
Yeah, we should check and make sure that's there.
So I was really quite surprised when I went through it that there weren't significant changes. Since it's been about 5 years or so since we did this. The only other thing is I have heard some folks over the years say, you know, we have too many, should we combine a couple? Do we need them all? So that, of course, would be a discussion you guys can have. I really don't see that many of them are logical to combine. So,
Yeah, at one point, I asked about combining SFC and EAB into one commission, and that was met with a resounding no thank you by both commissioners.
but
Was it
that,
really resounding?
It was, do you not recall?
I didn't resound, did I?
You did.
so you can certainly have that discussion.
Actually, would like to revisit that, I think that's been my focus on what not to about it. You know, I'll point out that in one respect, it's great to have all these citizen commissions, great public input, it's part of what makes Lions. On the other hand, we do have difficulty in times filling all these positions, so we end up
We
filling
do.
a lot of them with non-Lion citizens, because if you took the non-Lion citizens off on the boards, we'd have vacancies out the wall soon.
For sure.
And there is a demand on both town staff time, which costs money. To send liaisons.
We went on vacation
Just
this
being
year.
conditions. And I've had several people talk to me about what time commitment is required of the board of trustees, and this is part of the time commitment requirement. We do, you know, there are days when the UEB and the Economic Vitality Commission meet on the same day, and I'm at EDC at 8:30, and I'm at the UEB from 6 o'clock at night. And it does add to your responsibilities as trustee. We've got an awful lot of these for a small town.
We do have a very, very sophisticated board and commission structure compared to most. One other comment is as we go through, as you read through this, you'll see that it says 7 voting members, but as many non-voting as you want to appoint. So if you would combine something like EAB and SFC, you could still have a subcommittee that is specifically focused on solar or the river or whatever, and have the bigger 7 members be well-rounded in, you know, both. But you can have subcommittees of people below you that want to really focus on one area or another.
Well, let's, if you want to request that as a future agenda item, give us some thought.
Because, yeah, I would want to bring that forward with the first
The first reading.
reading, and if we need, there's no particular hurry other than HHSC's been waiting.
Yeah.
But there's really not a big hurry if you want to meet with those 2 boards or something in between.
Or maybe trustees or staff have other recommendations of
Sure.
different boards to combine or
So I don't,
reimagine.
yeah, I don't have to gear this up for October 20th. There's no we can push it back further if you'd like,
Okay.
but I'd love to have something past its 30-day publication so we could start this January. It would be great,
Great. Okay, terrific.
if possible.
Yes.
If not, April. And thanks.
All right, okay. Well, thank you, everyone. We'll take a break and reconvene at 7 o'clock.
There, we're gonna
Evening, everybody. Evening, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight. It's great to have a full house. I will call the October 6th, 2025 Town of Lyons Board of Trustees meeting to order. We have a roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present.
Trustee Hamrick,
President.
Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell, Trustee Browning,
Present.
and Trustee Williams.
Present.
Great, full house. Thank you. Let's rise for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I'll read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So much.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call for vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, so this evening, we're fortunate to have Boulder County Commissioner Claire Levy here with us to discuss the proposed mental health tax ballot question. And so Commissioner Levy will do a presentation, then we have a discussion item later on in the meeting.
Thank you. Should I do that here?
You can do it there, at the podium, wherever you like.
This
is the microphone.
oh, okay, so it doesn't matter. I think I'll just sit here then. And I know you have a very full agenda and a lot of people here. And I know they're not here for me. And so I just want to share this information. I'll try to be as succinct as I can, answer questions if you have them. And then let you get on to your business. So I'm here to talk about one of the measures that will be on the ballot that Boulder County is referring, and this will be on the ballot as 1B. And it is proposed, this is the basics of it. It is a 0.15% sales tax that is projected to raise in its first year $13.8 million. And currently the duration of this tax would be for 3 years. 0.15% is 15 cents on a $100 purchase. So at the next slide, our staff spent 2 years convening over 600 members of the community, subject matter experts, representatives of law enforcement, school districts, a whole huge variety of people to develop what became the behavioral health roadmap. And that was a process of discovery to find out, so what services do we have in Boulder County? What are the gaps in those services? Do we have anything that even looks or feels or functions like a system? What are the funding sources? And what we found, unsurprisingly, is we do not have a system. No place has a system for mental health care. It is just a very disparate set of providers who cobble together funding other than in the private insurance and self-pay arena from a huge variety of funding sources, state funding, federal funding, mostly in the form of grants, not reliable, continuous, steady coverage. And that there's very little in the way of navigation services that help people understand what services are available? What do I need? What is the level of care I need? Do I even need a mental health service or do I need something else? And so what our staff, together with all of these community members gleaned in putting together the behavioral health roadmap and then a subsequent implementation plan is that to have a system, we need to fund 5 core service areas. And that's navigation, it's prevention services, it's crisis response and intervention, treatment and recovery. And so, thanks. And those core service areas correspond very, very well to the community polling that we did and to the needs that the community said feels is important to have in Boulder County. And there's some data there. I'm just seeing this on the screen for the first time. And sorry about the weird lines. So that's what we're proposing is to provide these funds across this continuum. So why this tax and why now? Next slide. So, you know, we have a lot of data about how our community is struggling across the board with mental health. A lot of this data actually comes from 2023, so it is post-pandemic data. And we know that mental health needs really spiked during the pandemic, but we also know that this has been a long-standing and ongoing need, given the very poor funding from the state of Colorado for mental health services. There is not dedicated mental health money in Colorado. The money that has been here has been American Rescue Plan Act money, which has all been granted out and must all be spent by the end of 2026. So I'm not going to read the data, but we have a population that is struggling. And it's everything from, you know, anxiety and depression to acute mental illness on the mental health side of things. It's, you know, substance use disorder, addiction, a very high rate of overdose related visits to emergency departments across the county. And so, you know, we feel we need to act. We're seeing in terms of why now, we are looking at the end of the funding that Boulder County has through the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. We put $10.5 million into the community, all across Boulder County, through those ARPA funds. Those funds are being spent down, and we do not have any money to replace those. Next slide. So in terms of, you know, what we could see with these funds, and I did have Victoria distributed this, which has more, and for those of you who are interested from the public, there are more at the table. This provides a little more, it fleshes out what the services are in each of the 5 core areas. But you know, what we're wanting to do with this $13.8 million is expand prevention, treatment, recovery, and crisis services, increase access. IOP is intensive outpatient treatment, residential services, step down and sober living options, and that whole category there speaks to if you've been in a crisis, you've been in the hospital, maybe you've even been in jail and started to detox or been stabilized on medication. What comes after that? How do you sustain whatever progress you've been able to make so that you can find some stability and get reintegrated into the community and be able to live a stable life? So that's what the intensive outpatient, et cetera. There are gaps in treatment for co-occurring mental health and behavioral health services, which we would be able to fund. And through what we've done with our ARPA funds, in terms of providing equitable access to treatment, we would be able to invest in community priorities, which would be culturally affirming and accessible care. Funded a variety of organizations that may serve a primarily Spanish-speaking population, LGBTQ population, so that people can find treatment providers in a setting with providers that they feel comfortable with. And so that's the goal of these services. Next slide. But actually, before I speak to the accountability and the measures that we will put in place, I do want to say, just in terms of how the funds would be spent, that that with the exception of $2 million a year that Boulder County would be spending to continue our navigation services, which is called Wellmind Connect, and our community CAT. We call it CAT, and it's our crisis response. And the acronym doesn't actually match the word, but it's crisis response. So other than those $2 million and paying an FTE to administer it, the balance of the funds, $11 million, would go into community-based organizations. So these would be say, Clinica, Family Health and Wellness, Salud Family Health, El Centro Amistad, All Roads, which is the Boulder-based homeless service provider, Hope for Longmont, which is the provider in Longmont, the both school districts, all sorts of organizations like that. Leaf here in Lyons was a recipient of ARPA funds. So we would be putting really about $11 million a year into these community-based providers who are closest to the community and know what they need. In terms of accountability, it's very important to us and to the community that we know how these funds are being spent, what kinds of results we're getting. And so we have two proposals. And one is to have an evaluation to collect data to demonstrate who we're serving and what outcomes we're able to get. The other is to make use of basically a similar structure to what we have right now with a working group that would be an advisory council to the commissioners on future expenditures from these funds. So we would, in accordance with those 5 core service areas, we would make use of an advisory council to tell us, these would be people with lived experience, subject matter experts, et cetera. Tell us, so where are the needs? Where are the gaps? How are things changing? Whatever we're seeing right now may be different in a few years. Now, this structure was envisioned when it was originally proposed as a longer term tax, and now it's just 3 years. And so that will be happening during the course of this 3 years, and that evaluation to then go to the community and say, do you think we got it right? And would you let us extend this tax? So I think that's everything I want to tell you right now, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. I had a list of questions, but you answered them. So that's great. Anybody else have questions for Commissioner Levy?
I do. I find Boulder County's approach to sales taxes interesting compared to what we do here, which is a big overall sales tax rate, and then we decide in our budget process how to allocate that to the various needs. I did some looking today, and I believe that if this tax is including wealth type of sales tax that Boulder County has sought and obtained approval for. I think there are 11 existing ones, ranging from like 0.08 to 0.185, and I think this is tax number 12. And my question is, was that a design strategy years ago by Boulder County in terms of it's easier to get people to vote for 15 cents here than $1 over here? Or is that something that's just evolved on a need by need, tax by tax basis?
Yeah, that's a totally fair question. Absolutely. So for counties, our primary source of general fund money is property tax. That's the way we fund our core basic services, all the things that we're statutorily required to do. And counties are creatures of statute, and we can only do what the statute says we can do. And so for all the things that we are required to do, we do those out of our general fund, which is property tax. All the kind of the goodies, the extras that we might want to do that are not those core services, we have, with two exceptions, I think, gone to the voters and asked for sales tax for those. And so that we don't have a general sales tax that funds general government. We just do specific things where the voters said, yes, we want you to do this, even though it's not within your basic core service. You know, and 4 of those taxes are open space taxes. And a couple of them might be other taxes that might be expiring soon, but that's what we've done. We've used the sales tax for the extras.
And are you aware of any of those taxes ever expiring and not being renewed?
Well, we have a 0.05% that will be expiring in 2027, and we do not have plans to renew that. My history doesn't go back super long. And I know that one, we did talk about it, and we do plan to let that one expire.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions for Commissioner Levy?
Just a comment, as a mental health provider, thank you for touching all the major points that so many people do not touch on, particularly sober living. We know the statistics show that people can be in inpatient care for 28 days. Their chances of remaining sober are not good if they do not move on to additional programs like sober living. I appreciate how thoroughly you've been.
Thank you. I will tell our staff, because that's their work.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you for partnering with local agencies such as LEAF, who do the local community and who can provide mental health resources here by, this sort of funding, so.
Yeah, no, they're wonderful. I got to know more about them through the opioid settlement money. Yeah.
So I lied, I do have a question. I just thought of, so if this tax passes, will it fully replace the ARPA funding that's gonna be lost? Or that has to be spent?
Yes, it will do that and more. So that $10.5 million figure that I gave you, that is over a 3-year period. So other than, so it's really about $5 million a year. I said 3, but it's kind of, some of it depends on when we granted it out, but if we fully replace all the ARPA funds, that would be about 5 million a year. And that still leaves like 8.5 million. We may not continue all the ARPA grants. Our staff is evaluating those right now for which ones we may not want to continue.
And this, when it comes to our local organizations, I think this is really timely, especially considering the state legislatures cutting the amount of marijuana tax that we'll be receiving, and we had dedicated a portion of the marijuana tax money that we received to substance abuse and mental health programs, so this could coincide well with that.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you making time. It would be really meaningful if the town council voted to endorse it. We'd love it. If the council can't come to agreement on that, we'll take individual endorsements, and Mayor, thank you for yours. So again, thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. Have a great evening. I mean, you're welcome to stay for the entire meeting.
She doesn't have enough meetings.
Yeah.
Until 8 o'clock. All right, folks, so now is the time for audience business and follow-up. Tonight, we have a public hearing on a resolution. So if you are here to speak to the intergovernmental agreement item, we're gonna ask that you wait until we open that item, open that public hearing, and Clerk Vasquez has 2 different sign-up sheets, one for that and one for everything else. So how many folks do we have signed up to speak for audience business?
We have 11,
We have 11, okay.
9 for the RTA.
Okay, thank you. So since we have more than 10 people signed up to speak tonight, we're gonna go to 3 minutes per person, so everybody will have 3 minutes to speak. There's gonna be a timer up on the screen for you there. When you come up to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. Yeah, Attorney Dittman, do you have something?
Yeah, weren't 9 of those for the IGA, so to be part of that public hearing and not the audience business?
Yep, I just said that.
Okay, I just want to make sure the timing was correct. And there is one more public hearing, which is the second reading of the purchase and sale agreement as well.
Thank you. There's, yeah, so if you're here to speak on the purchase and sale of the Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant matter, please wait until that public hearing. Thank you, Attorney Dittman. So state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. We ask that you, or the e-bikes are second. Yeah, thank you. Lots of public hearings tonight. Okay, so e-bikes also, if you want to speak on that, please wait until that public hearing. Are there any other ones that I forgot? Okay. We ask that you address your comments to the Board of Trustees as a whole, not to an individual person and not to staff. And that your comments pertain to matters pertaining to the town. If you would like to show support for a speaker, please use your jazz hands instead of applauding. And after everybody has the opportunity to speak, each board member will have an opportunity to respond, and then staff will also have an opportunity to respond. Okay? All right.
First, we have Ksenia Brumbach. Okay.
Yeah, and you can come on up to the podium.
And she's followed by Kara Justice. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Ksenia. I'm living in First Avenue, 623, with Tiny Lady. And I'm here as an exchange student from Kazakhstan. It's a country in Central Asia. I used to live in the north of the country in a small city called Trimley. And I've been here in Lyons for 2 months. So this is my first speech on sideshow meeting, so I'm a little bit nervous. And but I really want to use this opportunity to share with you my experience of living here and my impression of living in Lyons. So firstly, I want to mention that system of government here is totally different from what I used to see in my country. And I'm really grateful for this opportunity to speak up for everyone and to share their own opinions and things that they think are important for the town. And right now, for me, Lyons is mostly about special community, not a special place, because I've been here for 2 months and I already met so many wonderful people. And I can see that everyone is involved in town life and town events. And I hope I'll be able to be helpful for this community and this town. And as an exchange student in Lyons Middle Senior High School, I can see that even teenagers are also participating in town life. Like, for example, we have student advisor community, which I actually applied a few days ago. And I strongly believe that makes Lyons such a great and beautiful place to live, because everyone have an opportunity to share their own points of view and their own experiences. So yeah. And Lyons is also a very lovely place. Every day I'm enjoying different pieces of art in the streets, in the buildings, in the high school, for example, in the town hall, in parks. And the fact that I can always see art around me is one thing that I love here. As a person who really loves walking, I was so happy to find two beautiful parks in town that I can always enjoy the nature. And my first 3 days here, I actually spent in Old Fast. And I think it was unforgettable experience. I was really impressed how organized and how awesome was the whole event. And it was one of the best way to start getting to know the culture and people here. And the last thing I want to mention is that I found it amazing that you here in Lions have such events and meetings. And even teenagers who are not already an adults, you will not have so many opportunities to share our views of adults and to be accept like an adult, like people who can have their own strongly beliefs and opinions. So I want to say thank you for this, and I think that's it.
Thank you so much. We're glad you're here. Look, there's people using their jazz.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay, next is Kara Justice, followed by Crystal DeCosta.
Kara Justice, 346 Park Street. Good evening, Mayor Rogan, trustees, and town staff. I'm speaking to you tonight, both from the heart and from the weeds, literally. Here's a picture of my neighbors and I gathering at the Confluence Circle, sitting amongst the weeds, trying to make sense of a living document we've all inherited, the Dr. Bob Plan. It's a fitting metaphor for where we stand as a town, deep in the weeds, sorting through a plan written years ago by consultants who didn't fully understand our community's character, our budget realities, how flood recovery would truly unfold, and more. Those of you who served on the original Dr. Bob effort know the intention was good, to protect and honor these lands. Minimal impact, wild. Ian Brighton's letter, which I hope you read that he emailed to you, speaks beautifully to that intent. But over time, that vision has blurred, especially along the St. Vrain Trail corridor through the confluence in the past year and a half. Stop the park creep, keep Lions wild for the locals. I'm asking you tonight to take meaningful action to consider rezoning the remaining Dr. Bob parcels into a new protected category, one that shields them from future development, expansion, and the quiet park creep that's turning this residential corridor into a public destination. Or, because of the workshop, keep it R1 and clarify recreational facilities. So future boards know that these parcels are off limits for development or infrastructure. So residents don't have to keep coming in front of you to fight the ideas of bathrooms, parking lots, or other potential ideas that might creep in with a Dr. Bob. And so locals know there will always be a pocket of wild space to retreat to when our parks are full of regional visitors. Let's call this area what it truly is, a residential neighborhood with a trail corridor, not a de facto park, not a tourist draw. A neighborhood where people live, kids play, dogs are walked, and wildlife still thrives. A place that will likely flood again and should remain natural. Let's amend the Dr. Bob plan and remove unnecessary infrastructure, bathrooms, pergolas, expanded trails, and simply preserve these spaces as natural corridors, quiet, local, and wild. We don't need consultants to do this. We can do it as a community by simply using the existing plan and the delete button. I also want to extend a sincere apology to the volunteers behind the Food Forest, Orchard, and Botanic Gardens. I truly don't think there was a full understanding of the land's complexities when they took hold of these leases. In trying to understand how much changed in our neighborhood so quickly, we may have come down too hard on these people doing good work. Our concern has never been about these projects. It's about the process and lack of communication, about how things happened without open conversation or transparency. And when neighbors raised concerns, we were sometimes met with laughter or dismissiveness from town staff, which was confusing and hurtful. But we want to move forward together as partners, not as opponents. And finally, a small but symbolic request, could the Town Alliance ordinance sign be moved from the edge of the orchard? Right now it makes the Stacy Fry property look like a public park when it isn't. Moving it would simply be a meaningful gesture that shows the town that here that. And here are 50 signatures with more to come for public record. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Next is Crystal DeCosta, followed by Kat Russell. Kat, were you wanting to speak on the IGA? No. Oh.
Surprise.
Fair question, right? I just wanted to make sure I had it right. Hi, I'm Crystal DeCoster. I live at 113 East Fifth Avenue in Lyons, Colorado. Good evening, Mayor Rogan and Administrator Simonson and all you wonderful Board of Trustees peeps. As usual, I'm giving you an arts update. Attached in your packet is a proposed march out of themes. Target dates for the 26-27 Lyons Town Hall Arts and Humanities art shows in this room. The LHC appreciates the use of this room for display of these shows that are open to Lyons area artists of all ages and stages to creatively respond to the themes. And submit up to 5 ready-to-wall hang pieces every quarter. Volunteers coordinate the return of past shows submissions, as well as the curation and installation of the new stuff. I want to give a shout out to Jacob Lewinberg, who has been helping with this process for over a decade, as well as to Kristen Bruckner and Kim Mitchell for always going above and beyond for the arts. This Wednesday, please come. It's the fourth quarter tandem art shows opening reception starting at the library, featuring the invited local artist Sharon Denton. You've got to see it. It's outstanding earth and ritual exhibition, music by Native American style musician Earl Corey, Yaya Farm and Orchard's fresh cidery delights, and assorted beverages provided in part by Lyons Creative District, Lyons Community Foundation, and private donations. Doors to Town Hall open after the arts announcements at the library about 6:15. Provided will be ballot slips for voting on these entries. Best representation of theme, which is Earthly Delights, and most creative response exemplars. This community event concludes on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Regarding the Creative District, after a successful site visit on Monday, the 22nd, the agenda is attached. We have every reason to believe that the Lyons Creative District is about to become an official Colorado Creative District as recognized by Colorado Creative Industries for quiet advanced announcement from CCI's and the Colorado Main Street Programs leadership. This official declaration of all designees is expected after the CCI's last site visit, which is the 8th. So please hold off on any loud broadcasts or posts until that official declaration. The LCAD board will be meeting again soon. We want to hit the ground running. We're looking for the paid part-time creative district manager. The job post is attached to your packet. We need to assess grant awards and
I'm sorry, Crystal, you're.
allegations. Okay, you got it, but
Thank you.
come to this.
Great news, thank you.
Pat Russell, followed by Case Sparks.
Hello, my name is Catherine Russell and I live at 770 Steamboat Valley Road. Mayor Rogan, Board of Trustees, and town staff. You will be relieved to know that finally, I am not here to speak about wildfire risk and health and safety issues of Steamboat Valley that I have been addressing before you these past 2 years. Instead, I am here to show support for our neighbors who live in the confluence area in Lyons, who have their own issues and concerns. As I understand it, they have expressed serious reservations about the potential town vision for the Dr. Bob plans in their neighborhood and backyards. They do not feel that potentially building more designated trails, pavilions, bathrooms, or art walks on these properties align with their vision for this area. Lyons amply provides these amenities already in its beautiful parks, community orchard, and botanic garden. They are concerned about the additional vehicle and foot traffic these amenities would bring at all hours near their homes and would much rather these properties remain as they are, peaceful and wild, maintained only with responsible fire mitigation. They see these properties as essential quiet buffers that bring necessary quality of life to where they live. They wish to work with the town to come up with good solutions for the future of the Dr. Bob lands. Thank you for your time and consideration of all that the Confluence residents have to say.
Thank you. Kay Sparks, followed by Glenn Delman.
Kate Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Good evening. I'm a member of the Housing and Human Services Commission, to state the obvious, and I have 3 updates for you. First of all, the Boulder County Area Agency on Aging also has an advisory that has at-large membership. Lions gets to have a designated position, and that's me. I was appointed 2 months ago. Last week when they had a meeting, they reviewed the dismal information about the county budget and what that impact means to them. They are doing an amazing job, and they may be moderately comfortable till the end of the year or the end of the fiscal year. And then the 30% is gonna cut hard. So I'll be there. If I can give you any information, great. We just get a huge dump of information. Second, housing. We are getting inquiries actively now. I think someone put my name and phone number somewhere on a wall. 2 things. One is affordability, and it's been really a thrill to be able to at least send people to the Evans, area to see if is a fit for them. But it's so nice to say, sorry, we don't have that. And then we still have the Lions Valley Townhouse. They have 2 openings, 2 townhouses. Both of them are the lower levels. They're both 2-bedroom, 1 bath. I'm gonna continue building a relationship with them once they get a more secure property manager to develop maybe some informational materials for the residents. There's just between miss and not really good communication, there's just a lot of distrust that I think we can, doesn't mean people will be happy, but they'll have a knowledge about what's the difference between what the property management wants, what HUD wants, inspections, etc. So stay tuned. It may take a while. Third, this may look familiar to you, I believe. Administrator Simonson put this in her packet. It is a translation of that list of facts and figures of what it looks like in our county in terms of suicides, mental health things, all sorts of stuff. I put this on our agenda, and we will be discussing this at our meeting next Monday and what we would like to do. And we need to know, would you like a recommendation from us regarding whether you want to support that or not, or you want to input it all from us? Because this is great information for us to share and get that awareness up in our community that the mental health issues are affecting absolutely everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate. Kate.
I think that word is super.
And Glenn Delman, followed by Adrian Kirk.
Hello, I'm Glenn Delman. And as the person who got the Lions,
Please, sorry, Glenn.
403 Second Avenue.
Thank you.
As the person who got the Lions Community Orchard started, I would like to say that from the beginning, it was an open public process. The whole process took about a year to get going, all the time while working with town staff, going over the Dr. Bob plan so that we strictly adhered to the rules, going before boards and commissions to get their input, and having this brought up at multiple trustee meetings. As far as the Dr. Bob plan goes, it specifically says botanic gardens, community gardens, and orchards. The community orchard is meant to be a community space where locals can pick fruit and hopefully give extra fruit in the future to Leaf and LCF. We have community events for locals, kids, and families. Community is one of the things that I and so many people love about Lions. At our ice cream and pie festival, we did have amplified sound, which was a guitar player and then fruit trivia on a microphone, where we gave away homemade jam to the winners. I spoke with a nearby resident afterwards, and he said he was home at the time and never heard anything. Most of the people were locals. There were about 5 cars parked there. The rest walked over or parked in Bone Park. We also had the fire department showing the kids the truck and ambulance. The fire department really enjoyed it and being part of the community and asked if they could continue to come to our events. As for the proposal to rezone the area to parks and open space, I had asked Lions Arts and Humanity if it was possible to put artwork in to welcome people to the orchard. Then someone brought up that maybe it could be turned into a public park. And as caretaker of the orchard, one of the caretakers, I don't think I particularly like it, because then I would kind of be pushed out. And as far as events are concerned, we are a nonprofit, and even though these are small events, we do get some small donations. It still costs me money out of my pocket in the Lions Community Farm Project to host these small events for the community. There's no plan to have more events than the Spring Blossom Festival, Summer Pie and Ice Cream, and Fall Apple Cider Pressing Party. So even though it was requested up to 12 free events a year, we don't have more than that, so that it would not be worse for the community or more for the community. As for the parking at our ice cream pie festival, I didn't count, but I believe there were 5 cars parked there, and the rest of the people walked in. And when I am at the orchard, I see most of the people, I believe, are from nearby communities who come, so they know they don't have to pay to park there. And I've also forwarded.
Your time's up. Do you want to finish your thoughts?
I would like to, I don't know if tonight, but we got a grant from some locals for to put a spigot in, and I don't know if I bring that up here, and then also for 14 more trees, but we don't want any more development in there than that.
Okay, well, I think we have a future agenda item we're gonna discuss.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Next, Adrian Kirk, followed by Michelle Leonard.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Adrian Kirk, I live at 532 Prospect Street, parking 1. I'm the executive director of the Lions of the Mead Farm Project, the longest standing, 3 years, a little bit more than 3 years. And within that 3 years, I have helped develop the food forest, the community gardens, and with Glenn's help, the community orchard. So I just want to read the mission of our nonprofit. We started to become a nonprofit in 2021, and it was to unify and create food resiliency in the town of Lyons for our families. We're educational based nonprofit, and so we want to teach by doing. So here's our mission. Lions Community Farm Project is committed to feeding and unifying communities through the installation of food forests, community gardens, greenhouses, and orchards. These spaces provide a living classroom to educate individuals and families on regenerative and chemical-free food growing practices, as well as ecological conservation. Through our interactive events and workshops, we foster connections between neighbors and provide access to local resources, empowering people to transform their home landscapes and gardens into thriving ecosystems. Now, the farm project is led by permaculture ethics, which are equal amounts of earth care, people care, and fair share. And being a single mother, community is everything to me. And so I want to keep things balanced and harmonious, and keep it in harmony. I had no idea that the neighbors didn't like bringing the orchard where it was. I thought it was a great idea. And when Glenn came to me, of course I wanted to help, because lent to our mission, feeding and unifying communities through the installation of trees that would provide food for future generations. And so, I think that's all I have to say, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. Michelle Leonard, followed by Kelly Mahoney.
Is the clock starting?
Yes. There we go, I just started.
Thank you. I thank you for happy to be here tonight. Thank you, everyone here.
Sorry, can you please state your name?
Michelle Leonard, 338 Park Street, Lyons. So I'm here to express my gratitude for the existing food forest and orchard and botanic gardens. And also to express that I truly hope that the buyout lots remain natural undeveloped floodplain, not tourist destination, not parks, not event spaces. And I'm here tonight because there's a lot of miscommunication and there's a lot of, I feel like we can improve that as a community. I keep hearing assurances that no development is underway, while simultaneously there's a proposal right here tonight for up to 12 public events per year for up to 100 people with amplified sound on one of the community lots, at least, maybe all of them, and also talk about adding a water tap, which is a conflicting message for the people that live in the neighborhood, which is a residential neighborhood. So we can resolve this, we can solve this, let's just keep talking about it. But I think my point is, the message isn't getting out. We can do better communicating. A water tap, in my mind, is development. It's a utility. And once you have water, it's easy to imagine bathrooms, lighting, or other infrastructure. We do not want Bond Park expanding across the river into these buyout lots. We have plenty of park. We have places to hold public events with existing utilities, lighting, all the infrastructure that you need, which is fabulous. Also, I think we should consider rezoning, and I've sent the board some ideas and some citations of where it's been used in Boulder County, as well as Fort Collins. And yeah, I would like it to see perhaps the zonings be a natural area or conservation zone with a riparian buffer overlay. And I think that that would safeguard the floodplain and also the wildlife. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelly Mahoney, followed by Kat Wexler.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Mahoney, 2708 Eagle Ridge Road. And I'm here to support the nonprofits of the Food Forest and the Orchard and the Botanical Gardens. It does seem like there's a lot of miscommunication. The neighborhood group seems to be advocating for Lyons locals only. And I'm a local too. I've gone to most of the events at the Orchard and I've recognized almost all the faces, except for some of the firefighters, but they work for the local department. We're all locals. We're the same people walking and biking past all the Confluence houses every day and evening. On the way to parks, picking berries in the food forest or enjoying the native plants in the botanical gardens. I just took my in-laws for a walk through the botanical gardens. My late mother had a saying, not sure where she got it from, but if you want to impact the next generation, you plant a tree yesterday. So I'm just here to support these nonprofits. Thank you.
Thank you. Kat Wexler, followed by Gil Sparks.
Good evening, Kat Wetzler, 411 Evans Street.
I would like to request that events with amplified sound not be allowed in the residential Confluence neighborhood. We already get a lot of amplified noise from several businesses along Main Street. It flows right down the hill and right into our homes. And in the summertime, it's pretty much every single night and some days. At this time, these events are asking for a small amount of amplified sound, but it seems like that would open the door to much more in the future. We have a lot of other park space in town for amplified events. We do not want our neighborhood to be another event location, like much of the town already is. We would like to keep our neighborhood the quiet residential neighborhood that it was and should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last I have Bill Sparks.
Good evening, Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Mayor, Board of Trustees, staff, thank you very much for a couple of minutes. In your packets, you should have a email from Ella Levy, who is the grants chair of the Lions Community Foundation Grants Program. Thanks to a large contribution from the town of Lyons, we've had a banner year in number of grant applications, and the amount of money that we're passing out will be over $120,000. And over the amount the town allocated for mental health and wellness services, we added money to that pot. So we want to thank you for your support and for your contribution to the success of Lions Community Foundation. The grant recipients are likely to be announced before the end of the week. I can't say anything until I have that green light, but we have some 23 distinct organizations receiving $121,000 this year. A new record, largely thanks to the town of Lyons. Two other things. We will be having a grant reception and donor appreciation event. Please put it on your calendars. You all will be invited November 9th, 6 p.m. at Riverbend. Invitations will be going out by the end of this week, so I'm just giving you a heads up to get it on your calendar. We'd love to see you all be there. And then finally, this is the time of year Lions Community Foundation reaches out to the community for its annual appeal. The annual appeal helps us be as successful as we have been in the past. This year, like the last couple of years, we are going out and reaching out to individuals to see if they'd be willing to help create a matching pool. We've been extremely successful. We have 12 to 14 individuals so far that have pledged a little over $17,500 to that pool. We hope to get to 20,000. We're going to give it another week to see if we can reach there. We hope to kick off the annual appeal by the 1st of November. So if you aren't able to be part of the matching pool, we hope you'll contribute to the annual appeal when it shows up. It's what helps make this town successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Young.
That's all I have.
All right, last call. If anybody would like to speak who didn't sign up, come on up.
Melody Fairchild, 403 Second Avenue. I'm here to just speak on behalf of the value of the orchard to the community. And I'm just sitting here thinking about all of our human concerns and just thinking about those trees, which I have helped my husband Glenn and Adrian nurture along in the last year. And I'm just gonna say it, I'm the Lorax, I speak for the trees. I think that's all that the Lions Community Farm Project and that Glenn wants to do, and I do empathize with the neighbors. I can really empathize because the world is moving so fast. As a mother, I'm freaked out about the speed of technology taking over classrooms and replacing old-fashioned books and all those kinds of things. But I guess I would make an appeal listening to our neighbors and their concerns is there some way that we can allow what we need to support that nice orchard that is flourishing for the future generations, like a water spigot so that they can thrive? A legal water spigot, and also ensure the neighbors that the buck stops there and that that doesn't open doors to more development. I don't really know how that works. I'm not a mayor or a county commissioner or a water legal person, but I'm, as some people have said, if we communicate well, it can be worked out, and it seems like we can speak for the trees and for the protection of our neighbors' peace of mind, that these areas don't become commercial areas. But I guess from the little limited knowledge that I have, you know, I think that Adrian and Glenn have done a great job of being as minimally impactful as possible. And I have seen many of the children in town coming over and enjoying what's going on there at these three events a year, not 12. And I can tell you, I live with Glenn. He doesn't want to do any more events. It's enough. And so from that end of the spectrum, I don't think there is a fear of more being done. We just want to nurture the trees that have been planted. And yes, if there could be more, that would be great for everyone.
Thank you, Marty. All right, last call. Anybody else? Come on up.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Ryan Chetchery, 420 Prospect Street. I just want to first say that I'm so grateful for what Glenn has done with the orchard. I live about as close as anyone does, right across the street. And it's so fabulous. And I would say the same for the food forest and the botanical garden. It's hard to imagine a better thing that someone could do for their community than to give back food, trees, beauty. Just really grateful for it. So thank you all for doing it. I tend to agree with Glenn that that's not really the driver of the parking issue down there, which is really what I'm here to talk about. As I mentioned last time I was here, I'm more concerned about the paved parts of the confluence tonight and what's going on with parking, illegal camping, and bad driving habits. So, you know, I occasionally do call the sheriff's department. You guys are always right on top of it and super quick to respond. Very grateful for you always. But like some summer afternoons, it's just, I'm thinking to myself, do I really want to bother these folks who are busy with 100 other things with somebody who's out in front of our house having a tailgate party, you know, and you know, drinking beers and, you know, on Prospect Street because they have great access to tubing from there. So I continue to think that there's some things people do down there because of just the nature of it and because there's no signage and no formality. And I know that that's nice in a lot of ways, but I think people do things down there that they probably wouldn't do in other parts of town. And they think nobody will notice. And we do notice. I definitely notice. Our families notice, our kids notice, and it bothers us. It's a detriment to the quality of life. So I think it's a bit of a separate issue than from what some of the folks have talked about tonight. But just as you all are considering what you're going to do with those pieces of land, you know, I just ask that you consider how we can somehow formalize what we're doing with parking and speeding down there. And when you're doing that, either formally or informally, if you guys, I don't know if that'll be another situation like this where there can be input from the community, but I think the people who live down there might have a few ideas about when it's bad, what might help. So just to say that we'd be happy, at least I'd be happy to be part of the process formally or informally. So come ask and talk to us, and we're happy to talk about it anytime. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Okay, anybody else?
Okay. Jen, can I?
No.
No,
I'm sorry.
yeah, no, darn.
Okay, well then we'll move on to board response. Trustee Hammer.
Thanks, everybody, for your input. I'm gonna hold comment on Dr. Bop until we get to that in the agenda, but I think several of you alluded to it. I don't think we're far off on, I think it's just some miscommunication going on, so I think reasonable minds can prevail here, so I think we can hopefully come to a decent solution for you.
Wow. There is a lot to comment on. I feel like I should also reserve my opinion for discussion. I just want to reflect back to the community how reasonable everybody sounds and how communicative. Like, I just feel like this is such a great example, A, of democracy, and B, of our community, which Azania spoke to so well. So I have a lot of hope, I guess, that we can find some sort of resolution through discussion, through talking, through direction. I feel like everybody is pretty reasonable and pragmatic about this. I think we all intend, including us, on doing what's best for our community and for our neighbors. That we all have our best, our greater best interest at heart. Thank you.
So while all of you folks are talking about the buyout properties, I happened to look at the Dr. Bach plan, which I printed out and I revisited. Frankly, I hadn't looked at it for the last 6 or 7 years. But what strikes me in the executive summary, at which it states that these lands, and when they talk about these lands, they're talking about the confluence properties and they're talking about the Martin parcel. And they're envisioned as natural open space areas and wildlife habitat with opportunities for outdoor enjoyment and social interaction. Now, if you read further into the Dr. Bach plan, you see that they have these grandiose plans for, pavilions and song circles and, consultants being consultants. I think they felt they had to fill every available foot of those properties with some sort of a plan. But frankly, I thought they were way too ambitious. And, if you fear that any of those are going to be turned into Bone Park lookalikes, all you gotta do is look at the budget. There's no money for it. It's not gonna happen. And quite frankly, our Parks Department has quite enough to worry about in the parks and the open space that we have. So from my aspect, I don't have to worry about any further development.
Thank you.
First of all, Ksenia, I used to teach at a seminary in Vienna. I had a lot of students from Kazakhstan. And is everybody there as articulate as you are? Because they were always great students. Thank you so much for your insights and for everything you said. To those of you who provided updates on good things happening in this town, thank you so much for that. Particularly those speaking about the nonprofits that do exist already in the area that was devastated by the flood. We're all grateful, I think, for the good things happening there. I have very specific things I want to say related to confluence area, 4 of them. But we have moved that actually up in the agenda so that you don't have to stick around all night to get to that. And so we'll be able to get to that in just a few minutes.
Trustee Browning?
Yes, I will also reserve most of my comments for our main discussion on the agenda. A couple of things real quickly. Just to lay some fears to rest, I have not heard anyone suggest eliminating or significantly reducing the 3 existing community property uses that exist now. I think if anybody has taken that from the communications, I didn't see it and I hadn't even heard it suggested. And I would just reemphasize what was mentioned briefly at the workshop, and with credit to Ms. Justice for suggesting it. The starting point for dealing with these issues is to sit down with the lessees of the community properties, both now and potentially in the future, with the residents, and discuss where you come from and see if you can reach a common ground. I've seen a lot of controversies come through in recent years, the hotel, the Riverbend redevelopment, housing and predicament, and that kind of thing, where parties were far apart and hostility existed. I don't see that here. I think there's some middle ground that can be reached with some discussion, and that's what I would urge happen.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
First, Crystal, congratulations on what sounds like a really good site visit. I know the verdict's still technically out, but it sounded good, and as I walked by that night, it looked good too. It looked really impressive. Gil, thanks for giving us some good numbers. Sometimes these things are a little bit subjective. Sometimes they're heartwarming, and sometimes they really are also about numbers. And having big dollars given to a broad number of projects is a huge win. Thanks. On what a lot of other people were talking about, I would phrase it maybe as Commissioner Dottie said, or Trustee Dottie said, as largely about community. Her first comment was about how much our community meant to somebody who's only recently joined us. Other comments were about what it meant to empathize with someone who was from a different corner of Lyons than she was. Some of it was about making sure that we, all of us, preserve our peace of mind and quality of life, which is a sign that we care about one another as members of our broader community. Some of it was about communal activities, about doing things together and protecting things together. And I think all of those things are extremely important. And just hearing them, even from slightly different angles, but touching on this core theme of how we do things together and how we care about what we do together, is, I think, heartwarming. I will say that there were some other things that I heard that I had mixed feelings about. So one is this idea that a community might be geographically bounded. I think that we have a much broader community than that. It's not Confluence people and people in other neighborhoods. It's all of us in Lyons and people beyond Lyons. So I'd like to make sure that the people who live closest to the Dr. Bob properties or closest to anything we do are fundamentally cared for as we think about how to steward those resources. But I also think it's not really a measure whether you're in that block or the next block or a few blocks over. We all ought to be a part of it. But one other thing that struck me when Ryan was talking about some problems that we've heard about before is that sometimes this is about rules. And if we do have some rules, some of these issues we can police, or we can collectively address, or we can at least improve. And part of what this body tries to do is to think both in terms of these really subjective, heartwarming models of community, but also about the rules. And if we can figure out how to take on any of these questions or all these questions with both those perspectives in mind, my guess is a lot of us will feel pretty good about it.
Thank you. While my colleagues have been so articulate, I'm not gonna add too much. Except to thank everybody for coming. Sonia, thank you so much for your words. I do want to speak to what Kay Sparks talked about a little bit. Thank you for being the appointee for the Area Agency on Aging. And I know that the Dr. Cog funding for AAA is also really, really tight. I think the area agencies on aging everywhere are feeling some hurt. So thank you for doing that, and we'll do what we can, of course. I'm not sure we have time to get a Housing and Human Services Commission recommendation on the mental health tax. It's a discussion item for later this week. So I just wanted you to know that. And yeah, thank you everybody for coming. We're gonna have a discussion here in just a minute. Would staff like to respond?
I don't believe anything. I think we're good as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. So then let's move right along to discussion direction on the Dr. Bob workshop. Would you like to do an intro?
Do you want a full PowerPoint again?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're
Just maybe a recap.
Sure. Grateful for everyone coming in tonight to share their knowledge and experiences of living and surrounding this area. So that's really helpful personally for me. And then we had just gone through earlier tonight during the workshop a little bit of an overview of kind of the Dr. Bot plan, the different components of it, and as well as a kind of a high level discussion over the request from some of the community partners who have the community license agreements for some potential amendments to some of the provisions they have for operating special events. So can go more into depth, but I'm guessing we'd rather just kind of jump to discussion.
Yeah, great, thank you. Any questions for staff before we jump to discussion? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. Back in the summer, the board made a decision to keep the confluence area R1. And the reasons for that were significant. A lot of them were because we did meet with the residents of the area, and they very much did not want to see it move to parks and open space. And we have a lot of questions. I certainly have a lot of questions about a lot of the options that would be available if we were to change the zoning. If we change it to agriculture, you look at what agricultural zoning is here in Colorado. There are a lot of things permitted for ag I would not want to see in that area at all. Parks and open space, I think we probably already have enough parks and open space designated in the area. I don't think that that's a particular help to us. I think something that would be specific to the area would be good. I think trying to get us there would be difficult. And my own particular perspective is that we made the decision on R1 and that we keep R1 until we're at 10 years in. I think once we're at 10 years in, it's a time that has been recommended by the study that was done in 2017, that we take a look at how it should be considered. At that point in time, I want to hear from everyone in the town because this is space for everyone in the town. When it comes to housing, we wanted to hear from absolutely everybody. And in hearing from everybody, I decided personally that I'm focused for housing on infill and on the eastern corridor after we heard from everybody in every direction. And I think we also will need to hear from everybody on this one. I think more weight goes to those who live there. But I think I really want to hear from everybody. But I personally feel like nothing needs to be done until we hit year 10 on that. And then we can come back and visit it as was suggested then. I always had my mind on PBS, and yes, I did work in television for a number of years. That's not the PBS I mean. I mean pretty big stuff that we know we have to deal with coming down the line. But interestingly, now that we have residents talking to us about the budget that we'll be setting this month, they seem to see the same pretty big stuff that I see that we're going to have to figure out how to fund. We've got to figure out how to take care of stormwater, how to take care of streets, how to take care of wastewater. That's going to be a huge issue for us. Wildfire mitigation continuing to be a great concern for us. Economic development has shown up in what our folks have said, and certainly we've got to have a healthier Main Street than we have right now. If you notice, nothing about the development of the confluence area is in that. I don't want to see us spend a dime on that because we don't have a dime to spend on that. Our major areas of concern are going to have to be the kinds of things that if we don't think about, you can't just keep punting them down the line. We've got to be looking at the big stuff. And if we look at wastewater alone, the kinds of dollars we're going to have to spend there, we're not going to be looking at development that costs us something. That's been clear from this board. All of that said, a couple of things. I do believe nonprofits ought to be able to have the events they want to have, and I believe they should not have to be paying a $100 fee for that since I've seen their balance sheets. And so we don't want to be the major issue on their balance sheets are those $100 deals. I also feel like we have a sound ordinance in town, utterly inadequate sound ordinance, but we have one. And I don't see any reason to make any changes in that area related to our sound ordinance. So I do believe that continuing to allow amplified sound there is fine. We're not going to be continuing with the sound ordinance we have. We have somebody coming in to making a presentation a little bit later. I believe that's this month or next month about how we can set realistic sound ordinance that really makes a difference in town. But I believe those two things should happen. And then one other thing I want to say that I think is actually extremely important given our international environment, and particularly our national environment right now. I don't have control over what's happening nationally. But I do have influence on what's happening locally. And two things to me are of great concern. One, I'm very happy I've seen tonight. One is civility. I think always the best place to go when we're having a problem with someone is directly to the person. In my work, I do marriage counseling, and you wouldn't believe how many times I have to say to a spouse who's telling me something, have you ever asked your spouse? And they sheepishly say no, and I always say, they're right here, we could ask them. And we ask them, and the person is often wrong. I think very often, and I like what has been suggested, that we get together in the same room and ask the questions. And like, you'll find out, there's no one here that wants to see development there, and nobody that has since the time those decisions were made. The other thing that I think is really important to maintain is trust. I have lived in this town for 18 years and 1 week. And in that 18 years and 1 week, one thing I have seen with great certainty, and that is that our senior leadership can be trusted time and again. They are not people who are perfect. They do not always communicate perfectly, but they communicate pretty damn well. And their heart is in the right place every single time. I would also say after 3 years on the board, that this is a board interested in what's best for the entire town. And we're listening and we're making decisions based on what you all think is important. And so we really, I hope, can trust that our staff, certainly our staff at the senior levels, and our board and our residents are all doing their best to make the right decisions in a timely manner. That's it.
Thank you. Your pro tem. Trustee Browning?
Yes. I'll first start off by saying, I know a lot of the people from the Confluence have spent a lot of time there for a number of years. And I understand that it's a special neighborhood with unique characteristics and history. And that's why it's entitled, in my view, to different treatment than probably any other neighborhood in town. That's why we have a Dr. Bob plan that we really don't have for geared to a specific neighborhood anywhere else in town. That plan process was very involved. In some respects, it was quite contentious. The Martin parcel in particular, we heard threats and counter threats and stay off my property, and then it got ugly. As I said a few minutes ago, I don't see that happening here. I think the issues that need to be addressed of what kind of events and how many and number of attendees. There should be room for compromise there and to get along. I just think those discussions need to take place. If you look at the Dr. Bott plan, and I've looked at it a number of times over the years, what's there on the ground now doesn't even match the consultant's maps, so you can pretty much toss them out. It does in some respects in terms of having a community garden and having a botanical garden, but where they are, it doesn't even match the map. And there are other things there. It's easy to stick a little line on the map and point to something of a shade shelter or a pergola or tubing access, which, but to actually implement those in the real world is entirely different. And the plan deliberately did not get into the rules of what events you could have at these various areas. And some of those areas just have a line that say, future area, like basically didn't determine anything about it. So that plan left a lot open. And it did not address the number and types of events that should be held on those things. And so that's something that needs to be followed up on. And I agree, the 10-year follow-up is a good time to do that. As to the zoning, as I said at the workshop, for those of you who got involved in the potential rezoning to parks and open space this summer, you see what the zoning process looks like. It's not a quick, easy process. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Williams. We've got roughly 7 months left in this business term and a heck of a lot on our plate at a very trying financial time. I can't see instituting that process in the next 7 months. I think that should await the 10-year mark that was envisioned in the plan as well. And again, as I said at the workshop, I would see any outcome of a special zoning district or the Confluence neighborhood as perhaps being less desirable to the Confluence neighborhood residents than what you have right now. If the R1 zoning doesn't really match that limits very things very specifically. Because it's clear that you'll get input for a zoning district for uses that exist now in terms of the community lots. Those are not permitted principal uses under R1 zoning. They probably will be, to some extent at least, under some special district zoning. So what you're asking for in terms of rezoning, the result may not be what you anticipate. But I agree that that's something that really we're not in a position to take up in the next 7 months. Oh, let me say just one thing kind of as an aside. And one of the things that prompted this was the imposition of fees for small scale events on these properties. These are not park properties. We turn down parks and open space zoning. If you look at our town's published fee schedule approved by the Board of Trustees each year, the fees that it has for special events are for parks. So I don't even believe, I question whether any fees are even authorized to be charged at this point for those events, or should be charged, because they're not for use of parks. And I don't think nonprofits like this need to be paying fees for small scale events, with discussions to be had about what's small scale. And I end up on that point once again. There should be common ground here after sitting down and discussing this in terms of scope of events, number of attendees, sound, that type of thing. I think common ground can be reached, because I don't see there really being that much disagreement here in the long run. I don't think there is. Talk about it and compromise. That's how things should be worked out locally. So that's where I stand, but I don't really need to take any immediate action on zoning. I think the parties involved need to sit down and have good faith discussions, and I think I know the people who do the community properties, and I know the people who live in the confluence, and they're all reasonable people, and I am confident in their ability to get something worked out.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
Most people in this room have been here longer than I have. Every trustee has been a trustee longer than I have. And that makes me really reluctant to discard precedent, to think that we ought to do something that's new, or I should offer up some new idea, or I should push for some big innovation or some big change. Instead, it makes me want to respect what people have done for a long time. So in sort of bureaucratic terms, one of those things is the plan that was written a little less than 10 years ago. Seems like it's okay for now. It did say that it should be considered for update in 10 years. That's really only a year away if it takes us even a year to do it. So yes, I think that's a natural vehicle for rethinking anything, including the very ambitious conceptual plan that was in that Dr. Bob plan. So if we're going to have any new ideas, or we're going to try to chart any new course, let's start with the thing that I suggest we respect, which is what we said 8 years ago, and that we then respect that process for updating it. Probably very gradually, probably even backtracking on some of the things that were in it. I would be very surprised if most of the people in our community believe that we should try to do all the things that were in that plan 8 years ago. I bet most of those things we will decide for budgetary reasons, or because there are other priorities that we have now, including our own peace of mind and quality of life priorities, that trump what we might have had envisioned 8 years or so ago. I do think that there are a couple of things that have been started that I value, and that I think most people in this room also value, like the food forest and the orchard and the botanical garden, and lots of the individual things that either the community or individuals have done or like to do in some of the Dr. Bob spaces. So if there's a way that we can support those and continue with those programs without dramatically changing the neighborhood, or without changing even the use of those properties in any really dramatic way, I would support it. I think trustee Browning has a good point about whether the $100 fees should ever have been levied. I would support waiving them if we decide that it at one point was appropriate to levy those fees. Reducing the number that are imposed in any given year sounds like a great idea. On the broader question of amplification or rezoning, I would hold questions like that to one, enforcing the rules that we already have. Maybe the noise ordinance one, and maybe the strictures of that plan from 8 years ago for another. One other thing I would say on the question of these rules, and I'll offer up a little bit of an example. I think it is very important that we understand in a clearer way than we have before what we intended for all of these properties. If we thought they were mostly for quiet, natural enjoyment, wonderful. And if over time, the use of one or two of them have evolved another way, and we decide that that's something that we all sanction, that we all endorse, that most of us support, so be it. But we should be clear about what those rules are. The example I'd offer is one that trustee Lowell mentioned earlier in the workshop. There's a property at 318 Third that people like to play horseshoes on, and they like to sit at the picnic table, and they like to just enjoy an evening there. I happen to have a property nearby it, so I see a lot of that. I know that it goes beyond what some of the rules were that we set. They maintain that property, which I appreciate. They mow it, they keep it clean. They make a point of thinking about it as their own in some ways, and that goes beyond some of the rules that we had set. So I'd say in some ways, I tend to support an update of those rules or a rethinking of some of those rules. What I don't really support is having rules on the books that some people feel they have to follow and other people feel they don't. Right? That's where we end up with dumping, or we end up with parking problems, or speeding problems, or camping problems. Or on this 318 Park where we end up with a fire. We had a fire on October 2nd, probably because people were smoking one night and they set a tree on fire that was still smoldering in the morning. It was an issue, not a serious property damage issue or life threatening, but it's the kind of thing that with a little closer attention to what's expected, appreciated, and what has to be enforced, that we might be just a little bit better off in not just that parcel, but in preventing people from camping and creating some of the same hazards, or from feeling like your neighborhood might be invaded in a way that just doesn't feel right to you. If there's a way that we can clarify and maybe update some of those rules, I absolutely would support that.
Thank you very much. Trustee Hamrick?
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. We have lots of big stuff to deal with, and this is important, I understand, to the confluence. But as I learned about Dr. Bob and some of the history behind it, I do believe we need to address that, whether it's, I don't know if it's gonna be this board. I think we probably have our plate full, but looking at the concept plan clearly doesn't make sense, as Trustee Lowell said, that looked like some consultant got a hold of it and had to fill up some pages. So I think the executive summary said, keep it natural. I think the petition that the confluence is pulling for, just to keep it as is, don't do any development. As you heard, we don't have any budget to do anything anyway. So I hopefully what you're hearing tonight, some of your concerns would be eased from potential opportunities there. As far as the three nonprofits, and this is where I think miscommunication gets spun up real quick here in this town. And I just feel like, there's three nonprofits trying to do the best they can. I think what teed up the concerns were the proposal to do 12 events and have amplified sound. And I think as we heard Glenn, you speak, you're only looking to do 3 events, amplified sound. There is the sound ordinance. I think, the small mics you're probably talking about, nobody here will be on 100 feet. So I think working through this, talking to each other, I don't think that 3 nonprofits have any intention to disrupt activities in the neighborhood, and vice versa. So I think just communicating, better among the different constituent groups and, but long story short, I do think Dr. Bob needs to be looked at and readdressed, because I don't think it's appropriate. We had some discussion earlier in the workshop where we had some budget items out there that were just hanging out for, you know, in 5 years, just as placeholders. And that, of course, concerned the confluence area neighborhood as to potential development. It really was just a carryover from prior budgets. So I think we hopefully fix that. But anyway, long story short, we heard your concerns, and I think by better communication, we can alleviate a lot of those. And hopefully you'll leave tonight realizing there's really no future development in the works with this board. I do say on the zoning, I think we should future-proof things and rezone those Dr. Bob properties, because I think as R1, it's fairly restricted, but I think creating a new zone, whatever it's called, could really be locked down to very limited usage. And I think that would be the long-term solution to put your minds at ease.
Thank you. Trustee Dati?
Yep. I agree with trustee Browning that the Confluence is a unique neighborhood. And I see it in the Dr. Bob plan with a capital C. And I've come up with, not really come up, I've actually heard 5 different words that have caught my attention as I listen to the different trustees up here. I heard the word compromise. I heard the word concept plan. This is a concept plan from 2017. Doesn't mean it's the plan, it's a concept that will be reviewed in 10 years' time, or 10 years after the initial 10-year period. So in 2027, it'll be reviewed. I heard the word civility. I hear so much civil discourse, which is so refreshing tonight. And again, speaking to very reasonable people on both sides who I think all want what's best. Communication, everybody has said over and over again, you need to communicate, you need to sit down and talk to each other. And lastly, the most important thing is community. And this is what I think I appreciate the most about Lions is the community here. I'm gonna give you an example. Just recently, accompanying was it a 2nd grade class from Lions Elementary School over to the Botanic Garden so that they could learn about different wildlife zones. I think they have 5 different zones in that garden that you can visit within. I think it was a 1-hour time period as part of the STEM curriculum. And, you know, as a prior PTO member who spent a lot of time fundraising to be able to pay for buses to take these kids on school trips, field trips to Rocky Mountain National Park, so they could see these zones up close, being able to walk from the elementary school via the safe routes to school over to the Botanic Garden, so they can see in an hour those different zones represented by the work of some volunteers, some really generous, I mean, I see that as an educator, I see how that benefits our community. And for me, I think we have to come together to find a solution here. I think, again, waiving the fees for the nonprofits, I like that idea, Mayor Pro Tem Williams. I think revisiting the zoning district, maybe it's the Confluence district, I'm not sure what it is exactly. I think sitting down and talking about what, you know, how many events, we're talking 3 events here with smaller numbers. You know, we have a town ordinance around noise, and we're going to be revisiting that. And I think if we can come together and figure this out, I think we can find a plan that will work for everyone. And again, I want to remind everybody, this was a conceptual plan from 2017. It doesn't mean it's in stone.
Thank you. Trustee Law?
First of all, I'm grateful for everybody from the Confluence and everybody else who's concerned about it. To come out here and speak in public, to tell us your feelings via emails. I think the message has been sent. We're going to start paying attention. I think the message is also clear to the nonprofits who use the lots that they should probably keep the public and the board informed as to what they're planning, what their methods are going to be, whether it's amplified music or, you know, a large gathering of people. So lesson learned there. The key thing to me though is the whole Dr. Bob plan. As I read through it, as I mentioned before, I hadn't looked at it for 6 or 7 years. I think it needs to be rewritten. I mean, it needs to take a realistic look at the properties now after, what, 8 years? These properties are different now. The concepts that are espoused here in the Dr. Block plan, they're just not gonna work anymore. They're not gonna work because frankly, they're expensive. Second of all, you people don't want it, and I suspect most of the community who uses those properties doesn't want it either. So I think we need to have a realistic redo that takes into account the concerns and the budget limitations. I mean, I'm looking through here, I turned the page. In 2017 dollars, we were looking at $111,000 a year just for the upkeep on these properties. I don't think Dave Cosgrove has that money in his budget, and that money could be better spent on some parks projects as well. So. We've heard you. I think this has been a great lesson for all of us. I think, I would espouse keeping the zoning in R1. Initially, I thought, well, gee, maybe they ought to be municipal, or taking Kara's suggestion that perhaps they'd be rezoned as something entirely different. But then I take Trustee Browning's heed when he says how difficult it was to get a new zoning category put in. So I think the R1 affords them the protection, and I think we ought to keep it that way.
Thank you. Well, as mayor, I get to go last, which is great because my colleagues are so articulate. And so I'm not gonna repeat what my colleagues had to say, except to say thank you so much for the civility that you brought here tonight and for your passion and for showing up. I realize it's 8:38 right now. I'm sure all of you would rather be elsewhere, so it is really much appreciated. One of the, and I agree the Dr. Bot plan should be revisited in 2027 as planned. I think there should be a robust community engagement process when it comes to it. Something probably like what we did with the comp plan. So that's gonna be for a different board to decide. I also am trying to keep in mind that this discussion is to give direction to staff about what we should do about a couple of particular items. And so I do have a proposal based on everything that I heard tonight, based on the discussion that the board had. And I'm curious to see what the board thinks about this proposal. So what I see before us immediately are 4 questions. Should there be a fee for special events for nonprofits? How many special events should be held per year per nonprofit? What should the number of attendees be, and should there be amplified sound? Those are the 4 areas that I think staff is looking for direction on. What I propose is that the board provide staff that direction. And should the board agree on that direction, use the next year to kind of try it out for the community. And at the end of that year, it's going to be time to start revisiting Dr. Bob. And so maybe the results of that woven in to the revised Dr. Bob plan. What I would like to suggest as a straw man here is that it seems like everybody on the board agrees that there should be no fee for nonprofits. So that seems like kind of a gimme. I would like to suggest that we start with 3 events per nonprofit per year. That the number of attendees be capped at 75, and realizing that that might be kind of hard to gauge because things like the pie eating festival, people come and go, right? And so how do you really tell? So I don't know, open for discussion. Maybe we don't want to cap the number of attendees, knowing that these events are targeted toward locals. They're not, nobody wants to have a fish concert in the conference. I can guarantee you that. And then for amplification, if we're just talking a little microphone, a little amp, you know, what if we try it out between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon for these events? No nighttime amplification. And just see how it goes, you know, and keep having these conversations with the community and support our nonprofits, support the health and well-being and peace of people who live in the neighborhood. See how it goes for a year and then revisit it when we start the Dr. Beck review process. So that is my proposal, and I'm interested to see what you think.
Very it's also 8:41, and I'd like, maybe it's possible we could be home before midnight. Which is looking less likely as we go on. So, yeah, you know, I'd rather see 100 than 75. 75 is fine. 10 to 4, that sounds great to me. And yeah, so yes, to what you're saying.
Great, thank you. Trustee Brennan?
I think there's agreement on fee waivers. I don't think that they're even authorized. In terms of setting rules, I guess this is a philosophical difference. I would rather see the parties involved discuss potential compromises and bring us a proposal if they can agree, rather than us as a board from the top down, handing down rules and working them out among ourselves as to numbers. I really think this is something the parties can probably, parties in interest can talk about and agree on. I don't feel comfortable with the board dictating rules when the parties really haven't had a chance to sit down and discuss it among themselves yet. As to this amplified sound, we've got a noise ordinance, and it shows why our noise ordinance is effective. I went to the ice cream show. There was one guy with a guitar playing on a small amp that I don't think was really offensive to anybody, but you could hear it more than 25 feet away. It was amplified, so it was illegal. We gotta fix the noise ordinance. Been saying that for 6 years. So we can't craft a special noise ordinance for events on these three properties. My position is that existing noise ordinance is ridiculous, and the town staff should be directed to basically go light on enforcing it until we can do something about it, which raises a whole other issue because it's not even clear we can legislate on sound levels right now because of the Colorado Supreme Court decision. So I would just let that go for the time being. We're coming up on winter. I don't think there's going to be a lot of outdoor events there during the winter. And let's see if people can talk and give us a proposed set of rules that make sense to them rather than us handing those down from on high.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
If I get a vote, I like natural lots, pie, ice cream and trees. I don't like vegetables so much. Sorry, Adrian. I also, Chief, don't really like road camping or fires or dumping or speeding. So part of what I would ask that we also include in our direction to staff is a little extra attention there. I'd also say that we should put somewhere our intention to start the Dr. Bob rewrite, if there is one, at least review in 26. And one thing that we haven't, any of us mentioned in this part of the discussion, I don't think, is licenses, which could be an important part of that update. And I don't know how the licensing program might evolve, but I would make that a big part of the discussion so that people can take responsibility for a plot, whether it's a community effort or an individual effort, a couple of homeowners, whatever it might be. I think that might be ultimately part of the solution. On the 4 elements proposed by the mayor, I'm all for them. I like all 4 as proposed.
Thank you. Trustee Hamrick?
I would agree with Trustee Browning. I'd look to the Confluence community working with the nonprofits to come back to us, and I'd much rather have the discussion and the dialogue with you, and then presenting that back to the board. Yeah, I agree with the mayor's proposal, but then after hearing Trustee Browning's, I was like, okay, let's have them do it. So
Can I?
much more engagement that way.
Can I segue with the word compromise? I wonder if there's a way to start with your proposal and hand it to this de facto committee of lessees and residents to look at our proposal and start from there. Use that as a starting point for conversation.
Yeah, I'm generally in favor of your 4 points, but I do think that we need the input from the three nonprofits. I know the Botanic Garden has their own committee. So you can grab somebody from there. In the land, I don't know what you have for an organization, nor Adrian, I don't know what you have for an organization on the food forest. But just get together and say, yeah, these are okay with us. And as a reward, we'll waive $100.
Well, I think, okay, so,
Can I?
Sure.
Stuff in.
yes,
I've been listening quietly and you're about to vote, but I want to just throw in a couple things. One is, I hear unanimous, I better not say that word, a unanimous support for no fees moving forward. Got that. Events allowed per year, just in my conversations with the three different, projects we currently have, they all are very much into an educational component. So I would like you to consider 4, so there can be 1 for each season instead of 3. So they can also show what do you do to do, bed your orchard for the winter, and what do you do with the trees, and just to allow it. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen. You heard one of them say they're only doing 2 right now, maybe 3. But just for consideration, knowing I've talked to them and they all very much support education. And that's part of it. Attendees, that's a tough one. Like you said, there could be 200 people attending throughout the day. We just don't know that number. So when you're saying 75 or 100, is that at any given time? Because we're not going to be sitting down there as staff counting. So that could be a little bit. And then I think the miscommunication's been is what is the definition of development? I think that's where the miscommunication has been between the residents and the town staff. Because we look at anything that was approved in that plan was okay, right? And I'm hearing people say, well, we don't want any more development than what's happened, but all that's in the plan. And it's all natural, it's all, there hasn't, I just need to know that, because at one point, we had said yes to the library about this story, Walk Along Crystal Way. And I've heard that is a problem for the neighbors. They don't want that. So is that new development? Is that something we already have an agreement on? So we might need to define that as part of this group of talk, because I don't see when we place anything natural, plants, rocks as development, but I think the neighborhood does. And then I want to suggest one other thing, regarding, the parking issue. I would like to recommend that we make the furthest most parking at the wastewater treatment plant lot free. What I heard some of the residents say is that people are parking there because they know they can park there free. Then they go across the bridge to Bone Park. So maybe we should, since we have not had very much use over there at that park, let's make some of it free parking and some of it paid parking. Maybe the closest to the park is paid, but the rest could be free for a season or 2, to see if that would help people park there instead. Because that really hasn't been suggested. We also just got our new messaging board. We can put that down there for speed, to make people aware of speeds. Again, I don't think that's gonna be an issue here for the next probably 5 or 6 months. But again, we don't know if there's problems if people don't call it in. And I didn't know we had a fire this weekend. So, unless we know that stuff, I don't know. That was the first I'd heard there was any issues with camping parking was the last time we met. So happy to work on signage on the streets if that's helpful. No overnight parking, some of those basics from the town end. And that was it. Those are some comments as you guys work through these 4 items.
well, and thank you for that. Yeah.
And in regard to that, I did request in the last meeting or the meeting before that, a consideration of a stop sign.
Yes, and we do have that under review by the traffic engineer.
That's what I do.
Yep, it is under review.
Right. So it sounds like the majority of the board would like to have more community engagement about these four topics. So what if, considering we're going into winter, I think there, I don't know if there'll be any, if there are any planned events by any of the nonprofits for the winter. Maybe staff can ask, but if there are not, you know, maybe what we do is have some more community meetings with these four questions and see what we can come up with by the end of the winter, you know, by like the end of February, let's say.
Direct staff to facilitate those meetings.
That's what I'm getting to, yeah. And so if staff will facilitate those meetings, invite the board to come, if the board would like to come. And then, and kind of go from there, kind of work from there and see where we can find some common ground.
Just for clarification, you're talking about community meetings, not meetings among the nonprofits.
Correct. I'm talking about community meetings that include the nonprofits. So facilitating those conversations between the people who would like to have the events and the residents affected by the events. With the goal of answering those questions, you know, how many, I think we all agree there should be no fee, so I think that's fine. But how many, how big, what about sound? Just, and then, you know, hopefully by maybe the end of February, there can be some sort of compromise agreed to that we can test out for the next year. And see how it goes. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Okay. Do you have any questions? Is that?
No,
Okay.
we're the staff are in the same boat with you with the number of issues and big issues to deal with in the next 7 months.
Yeah.
We have one planner on staff, and so knowing we've got 2 major developments coming in front of us as well. Hopefully shortly. I would like to make this sooner than later and bring it back. I think we can reach consensus on these 4 topics pretty quickly.
I think so, yeah.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
I appreciate that this adds to your workload.
No, it's okay. I want to find resolution as well. And if we're gonna wait for a year or more to look at the whole plan, then let's get this figured out.
Yeah, we'll get at least a test run done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So let's do staff reports and then we'll take a quick break.
So let's at least get through the share.
Yeah, thank you for your patience.
Absolutely. All right, I will keep it short. I won't take up too much of your guys' time. I do have a short report though, tonight. I was able to get a call load for, August and September to you guys. Yeah, again, some of the highlights that continually creep up on that are the traffic stops, the amount of calls, stay up there, as listed in that report. Hearing some of the conversation tonight and going back to the noise ordinance that keeps coming up all the time. I noted that we took 6 noise complaints over the last couple months, so what I'm gonna try to do is go back and research those and bring to you guys exactly what those noise complaints are. Are they amplified sound? Are they motorcycle sound in the way, you know? Because it's just a status number of a noise complaint, so not really knowing what they are. I'll try to bring that back to you guys as soon as I can for those upcoming meetings that you're gonna have.
Great,
If that would help.
that's super helpful, yeah.
No worries. We're set, ready for the upcoming parade. We're fully staffed. The ops plan is done. So I'll get that over to Dave and Justin and his crew and we'll get that going. I'll be working that day, on shift in town as well as the parade. So, I'll be able to work closely to get that going. The other big news is, we have made an arrest in robbery. A press release did go out, but I just wanted to publicly convey that to everybody that may not know. 21-year-old Jade Robinson was arrested for the July 18th armed robbery of the Circle K. Charged with 2 felony aggravated robbery and menacing, and then the theft. And one of the things, as you guys, I'm sure, pick up when you ask me questions about investigations like that, and you get that stereotypical, it's an open investigation, I can't say. Some of the things that I can say now, just to kind of help clarify things, is we had a very large cadre of detectives working on this the entire time, to include members from the FBI, Boulder City Police Department, and so on. And up to and including some members from the marshal's office from their fugitive task force. We all work in conjunction on bigger calls like this. One of the things that delayed this case a little bit was the fact that this gentleman was also a suspect in a Boulder shooting that happened later that night. So even though our investigations move along quickly, if we open up that can of worms and get that stuff going, it hinders the Boulder City case. So we worked very closely with the Boulder City detectives and all that to put this together as a 1 unit type thing. So there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that it's really hard for me to sit here and know when asked questions, when I can't really release that information, but just another kind of added point of the work that goes on behind the scenes in the public service. I know in the fire crews and in law enforcement that doesn't get that, this is the glitz. We got the guy. All right. Yay. But the 2 months of work was long and hard to get that done. And it takes that kind of dedication to make those kind of charges stick and get this guy in custody and, accountable for his actions. So I just wanted to make that known to the public if you did not get a press release. So, other than that, the only other news I have is, Deputy Caden, he's got about a couple more weeks up here. He's going after surgery. It looks like he'll just take that as his retirement. He won't be back on the street because of the recovery time, and then his retirement's gonna blend right into that. So once we find a replacement for bless you, for the back half, the Sunday through Saturday, day shift spot, I'll let you know who that is and try to get them up for introductions. And we're just continuing on.
Okay.
That's our report.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Sergeant Frist?
And the suspect or the suspect,
Suspect?
that we still called at this point,
Uh-huh.
he was from Boulder as well.
Yes.
Okay, just so you guys know that he was not a local or anything, he was from Boulder.
Well, thanks for catching the bad guys.
Absolutely. We like it too. Win for us, right? Cops 1, bad guys 0.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
you said.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, administrators.
Okay, we'll make this fast. If you noticed in my admin report, CDOT has 3 different projects all coming through Lions at the same time. So there is going to be some impacts coming up here. The first one, you won't probably notice much. They're gonna do it overnight hours, which I'm not really sure why, because after leaf peeping, it's pretty quiet, but is a sign replacement project between Boulder and Estes Park. Taking out 600 signs and replacing them with 900 new signs in that area. So they are going to, if they didn't do it this weekend and I hadn't been out that way, they thought they would be out by Eagle Canyon and River Bend as early as this last week. And I hadn't heard if they made it or not, but did let folks know so that in case they see lights in the night and all that, they'll know what's going on. But that is occurring at night. The other 2 projects are, this is gonna be a big one. This is replacing all the ADA ramps and curbs along Main Street. So every intersection in town has to be upgraded to the new ADA standard. They are not gonna come in and rip them all out at once and then come back and replace them, or we wouldn't have ADA capability during that time. So it's gonna start on the west end, move to the east end, but I can tell you during our parades, we're gonna have some intersections not being able to be accessed by the public, so it could get a little messy, just so folks know that. And they also have told Director Cosgrove that it's probably going to affect the adjacent landscaping in those areas. And we made sure they understood, we expect those to be put back and the irrigation put back. In areas where we have sandstone accent, they weren't planning to put that back. They want to do colored concrete, but we're gonna hold our feet to the fire. So that's another project. And then the third one with, CDOT is the, what am I missing? There's another one.
Fiber and. Right. the
Oh,
fiber
yeah,
camera.
the fiber. They're gonna be, Aaron, do you wanna, the distance on that one?
Well, they're doing fiber all the way from I-25 into the edge of town where we have already some fiber. Don't think they're positive what they're doing through town yet. But then they combine it as one project, but they're also doing cameras. It sounds like up
Traffic
from
camera.
Lyons to Estes. So I'm not sure
When
where
you
all
say
the
traffic
cameras.
cameras, do you mean like plot cameras, or do you mean red light cameras or speeding?
Similar
cameras?
to plot cameras, I would think, up the
Tracking cameras,
canyon.
or is it
That
like
was
the
new.
CDOT cameras that show the road
That was
condition?
new to the project. When we were originally discussing it the past month, it was just fiber, and then all of a sudden there's cameras added to it, so we're waiting for more info.
Yeah, I would love to know, and I think the public would love to know what kind of cameras we're talking about.
That project came up very last minute, surprised us, and we were like, that's gonna be significant as well, because they're gonna go back into the areas where we have all the utility lines. And last time up, a contractor came through with fiber, they hit gas lines and electric, it was a nightmare. So, anyway, CDOT has 3 major projects all coming through Lyons between now and December. So,
Quick question, the Main Street project was done in what, 2016?
Yes.
10 years ago?
no more earlier than that, 12. 2012, and the ADA standards have changed. Broadway apparently meets the current standards
Because of our project.
because of our project, so they're not having to do that, but they are gonna have to do all of me. If you have noticed, the EV charging station installation has started at Sandstone Park. We are anticipating the week of the 20th of this month, they're gonna be bringing a large crane, blocking off that section of railroad and placing the big battery charger. So we will be working with the post office and Walt Self on traffic management for that time that crane is set. Laverne Johnson Stream Bank Restoration has started. They were able to get started sooner than we thought. The community needs to know that the back parking area is gonna be blocked off during that. And there'll be sections blocked off as they're working so that kids aren't near the heavy equipment. And, so it will move based on where they're working. They are wanting to complete that project by I think by Thanksgiving mostly, before the, snow weather hits here. We did get 4 bids on the parking area near the October-November hole. So we will, be bringing that in front of you very shortly, probably your next meeting. To go with, the most responsible lowest bidder in that project. They as well want to be done with that parking lot, by the end of November. And then, in your packet, I included 2 letters we heard from DOLA this week. That we are now, in compliance with state statute regarding ADUs. And that they also, are certifying us as an ADU supportive jurisdiction. So now we will be eligible for some grant funding to help with that moving forward. And then a couple things on the calendar, I just want to make sure you're all aware of. We have, on my upcoming meetings, I had court on its regular date on October 16th. I didn't realize that was changed. So court will be tomorrow. If any of you were interested in coming to court at 9:30. I do want you to plan for Laura on October 16th. We're gonna have 2 presentations. We will have an update from the Moss Rock development regarding the hotel. And we will have a request for tax increment financing from Roots to Revival, which is 402 Main Street. So we will be having a meeting. You can plan that. Plan for budget meetings, October 22nd, 23rd. The Spooktacular is the night of the 25th. And, get all of those on your calendars. And I think those are the highlights for now. Cassie, Director Istone with Finance, is here tonight. She did do a finance report for you. She can give you the highlights of that. And, oh, the budget amendment is in the consent agenda.
Let's see if the board has any questions first. Do you have any questions for Administrator Simonson?
What's the status of the noise ordinance sampling?
That is complete, well, completed.
Yeah,
We're looking at November.
yeah,
Bring
I'm
it to you in
bringing
November.
that back to you with a report in November.
And the other thing is,
I haven't seen the report.
are we gonna get a monthly code compliance report or bi-monthly?
I would like, I'm planning out monthly.
Okay.
Is what we
Okay.
told him we would like.
Any other questions for Minister Mark?
On the Laverne part.
Yeah.
Work. Starting to run through there today, the whole back half is closed off, including the main breaker. Is that gonna be that way throughout the
No.
whole work, or if they finish that area?
When they
they'll
finish
break-
that area and move to the side over by tent camping, they'll open it back up.
Okay.
The parking's gonna remain closed in the back. But, no, each section as they work, it should reopen. Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, I have a question and a comment. I just changed my calendar event for the lure meeting to 4 o'clock, so are you
Yes.
sure it's at 5?
No,
No,
it's,
it's at
no, it's at 4 o'clock. Probably when I post, does this say 5?
Yeah.
No, it was changed to 4 o'clock.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that.
Yes.
And in anticipation of the feedback we will get on social media regarding this EV battery unit. I want to refresh everybody's memory here in case you have never driven an electric vehicle from Durango to Lyons or Lyons to Durango. I can tell you that Buena Vista, which is a community I really love, lost out on our dollars because we could not charge close enough to Main Street where we could eat lunch or dinner. And so I just want to remind everybody how important it is that we chose this location. Thank you.
All right, Director Istone, do you want, oh, I'm sorry.
Two quick ones. I
Yes.
know you're very good about telling fire about road closures.
Yes.
I assume they'll know.
Yes,
they'll know.
absolutely.
And I have heard that the cameras between us and Estes are conditions cameras.
Okay,
They're not surveillance cameras, so, and I heard that partly because we care a lot about what happens when there's an accident in the canyon and traffic gets backed up.
thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any other questions?
We do have one other announcement. There will be a limb drop off
Yes, thank you.
at our Public Works facility on October 18th, Saturday, 8 to noon. And then, we will follow up with stragglers from there on a curbside.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director Istone, do you want to give us some highlights?
Yes, I'll make it very quick. Thank you. Just as far as the finance normal update, I'll just go over sales tax. We got sales tax in for July sales, and that was up 6.5% from 2024. This was also the first month that we saw the reduced special marijuana tax from the state, so that was definitely expected. And then year to date, we're up 6.9% from 2024. The budget amendment that you have before you in the consent agenda tonight is not included in these amounts here and won't be included until the October financials, pending approval, of course, of the amendment. All of those adjustments that are in there have either been already approved by the board or they are rollovers. So really, this is just an administrative process to get that appropriated properly. Also, we have the survey results from the 26 budget survey. We had 130 responses, which is up from about 65 from last year. So that's really great. And I just wanted to give props to Kim. I think that every time she pushed that out, we got a few more in. And so that definitely makes a difference. I did include just some really brief highlights of those for you to look at. and seeing, we weren't able to have people rank them exactly. So we kind of had to do a first priority, second priority, but just to highlight the board focus area, the top one that kind of came through was infrastructure. They felt that infrastructure was out of the 4 board priorities of infrastructure, economic development, housing, and wildfire. Infrastructure was kind of the top priority there, followed by wildfire mitigation, and then economic development and housing was came in last, which was quite a bit lower than the others. For the sales tax that we approved, priorities were pretty equal unless you look at the first priority, which seems streets improvements and wastewater treatment facility kind of stood out there. And then for the street priorities, I did not include all the streets, only the ones that seemed to trend. So Second Avenue was the first listed, Third Avenue and Fifth Avenue. And many people did put various sections of them, but I just kind of pulled out the main sections there. We also had a other category where people could kind of just put other things that they thought were important. I have not dissected all of those comments yet, but I will do that, and I'm happy to include the other information in the workshop if you would like, and if you're interested in that.
Yeah,
Other
thank
than
you.
that, I don't have anything else.
Oh, thank you. I think, I know I would love to see the raw data and all the comments for the workshop. It's great to see the trends, and thank you so much for that. And it's also really instructive, I think, to see the comments and the raw data.
We did get some comments that said they thought we'd get more responses if it was anonymous. You didn't have to put your name or your address. So that would be something to consider for next year too, but we'll get you the status. You guys can talk about it during your budget workshops.
Great. All right, any questions for Director Eystone?
I think the streets is really interesting. Only 22 was the highest of any. Everyone wants their own street.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was kind of fun.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Director Eystone. Okay, legal update, please.
Yep, nothing substantial for me. Again, we'll keep you updated if there's any movement on the noise ordinance and noise ability in Colorado, because I know it's the hottest topic right now for you guys. So we'll keep you updated if anything changes.
All right.
But I would be remiss if I didn't mention Main Street. It happened on Friday when packet was going out. So,
Yeah.
again, kudos to Kim. She hosted the Main Street Annual Summit here in Lyons. We never thought we would be able to do that because they need lodging. And this is, we had about 35 people from all over the state come and spend a couple nights here in the middle of the week, have meals here, and help the local economy with both of those aspects. Plus, of course, spend money when they when they are here shopping and things. But we were able to host that, and great feedback from everyone. And I think we'll probably try to do it again after we have another hotel, and I think we'll only be better. And so good feedback on that, and lots of I think it's really good for the Main Street program to see us reach out and take that step when a lot of communities wouldn't have. They were split up in different places, and we used the library, we used restaurants, but made it work. And I think that's exactly what Riverbend is hoping with winter. You know, they can do indoor conferences now. So great to see the town supporting our local economy ourselves.
Great. Yeah, I kicked off the event. It was wonderful. Lots of smiles.
Yeah.
Great crowd of people. Okay, thank you. And thank you for that, Kim. Great job. Okay, so let's take a break. Let's take a break for 10, and then when we come back, we're gonna take a look at the agenda, if there's anything we would like. Yeah. let's look at the agenda. I wonder if staff has a recommendation of items that we might be able to postpone. If not, I have a couple ideas if you don't.
Well, we need to do the second readings. Those have been
Yes.
published. We need to have all of those.
Yes.
We could, if we want to, we could push back the first reading. Consent agenda, of course, depending on if anything's removed, we could hold those. We could hold on the presentation of the municipal flags. I think that could take just a little while. And then, there's not a hurry with the municipal code, boards and commissions, if you don't choose to do that. There's several things that we could move, or we could say we're gonna check in again at a certain time and then.
I would like to, suggest that we postpone the municipal flags.
Okay. Can you hear anything?
And the boards and commissions with deep apologies to Case Sparks. What about the grid hardening grant application? Is that time constrained?
If you want us to work on it or spend staff time, yes. It's due November
Okay,
10th,
so we'll help that. Okay, so let's pull, my proposal is that we pull the flags and the boards and commissions.
You need the first reading and the follow-up on general business. Right?
Aaron, what about
The
that?
first reading for water can wait.
That could wait. First reading for water can wait.
Have more,
Okay.
can add.
Okay.
So three
Okay.
items, so the first reading on water, the
And general
municipal
business.
flags and the boards and commissions. Was everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hey. All right, so then let's move on to the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1198, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado. Approving an agreement to buy and sell real estate at 2186 Apple Valley Road and 0 North St. Vrain Road with Richard Barth Himmelstein.
So I guess I'll lead off on this one. So this is a approval on second reading of the buy and sell agreement as amended that you saw previously for the Apple Valley project. The important thing to know here is that approval of this agreement now will basically start the timeline towards closing, which has to happen 45 days after approval by the Board of Trustees, which would be tonight if that happened. The important thing to know here is the recreational easement is still under consideration by the buyer, but we won't close on the property if he doesn't accept it. And so, and we will have his earnest money at that point in time as well. And so that's still not fully solidified at this point, but you know, we'll close on the property unless that condition is met. And so that's my basic presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. But that's where we're at right now, is just really trying to move this along, and hopefully the buyer will finish their due diligence on the recreational easement and we can get this thing to conclusion and closing.
Great, okay. Any questions for Attorney Dittman?
If the recreational easement issue is not resolved, will there be an opportunity for you to bring that back to the board?
Yeah, we can bring it back. Yeah, we can definitely bring it back.
Any other questions for Attorney Dittman? All right, then I will open the public hearing. Anybody here to speak about this? Doesn't look like it, so close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Kim?
I move the approval on second reading of ordinance 1198, ordinance town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an agreement to buy and sell real estate at 2186 Apple Valley Road. Since you,
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this?
Yes, this has been a long time coming, and it puts $350,000 much needed into the water wastewater fund. We're about to face how to finance huge amounts of expenditures, and this contract is closed.
I have a technical question. So once we're in receipt of $350,000, are you able to direct that to any particular funds or capital projects?
It goes to the water wastewater fund. I believe.
It was purchased by the water fund.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to move that to a capital fund, let's say, we would have to act on the budget in the 2026 budget, where we assume receipt of the 350,000.
When you say capital fund, I mean, what do you mean by that? Like outside of the wastewater and water fund into the general fund?
I had this notion that perhaps the $350,000 can be put into a continuing capital fund for wastewater treatment plant.
It's in the wastewater.
That is the.
I know, but we've had discussions here about $20 million of expenses in the coming decade for the wastewater treatment plant. Were we ever gonna consider starting a capital fund for that? That's my only point.
I think that's more of a question for the budget workshop.
Right, that's what it's, yeah.
Yeah, I think so long as it stays within wastewater and water, it's not that big of a deal. But once you try to start shifting to other places, it becomes a much bigger problem.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you wanted to move it to streets, that would be different.
right. Okay.
Any other thoughts on this? Patience and persistence pay off. Okay, I'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
It's nice to vote on something tonight. Okay, second reading and public hearing ordinance 1198A, is
Yeah.
that correct?
We had to do that, yes.
Yes, okay. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 8, article 3 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the classification and use of e-bikes in the town of Lyons. We have a brief staff.
Brandon's doing
Yeah,
it.
I'll take this one too. So this is the second reading on the e-bikes ordinance we've been working on for some time now. This is heavily modeled after both state law and state regs on, electric bicycles. As part of this process too, I also, learned or thought about electric scooters also potentially being a problem. And they are kind of regulated in the same state statute. So, one change from our initial discussions that we did add electric scooters to also be a part of this. I think just, kind of watching what's happening at different communities, that this may not be the end of this. I think there may be additional kind of learning that's being done with how to regulate, these, vehicles really. But I think this is a good start, and it's, the same as the state is using and the county's using. And so it should be much more enforceable than something that was wholly unique to ourselves.
Great, thank you. Questions for Attorney Dittman? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. Anybody like to speak about e-bikes? All right, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Move, second reading, ordinance 1198A, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 8, article 3 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the classification and use of e-bikes in the town of Lyons.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on this?
What I'm supposed to do to explain a no vote, I'm fine with the rules. I don't believe they belong in the municipal code.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I just want to add that I really appreciate the informational flyer. I think we should publish that widely or circulate it.
Anybody else? I just want to say that we had a Metro Mayor's Caucus meeting last week and this topic was brought up. There are some municipalities that are really having a problem with the level 3, pretty much electric motorcycles and kids driving them in all kinds of crazy ways. And so the city of Aurora intergovernmental affairs person sent around the code that Aurora put in place to help manage this. So staff has it in the event that we find ourselves in a similar situation.
Yeah, they need to start enforcing that in my neighborhood. So
Yeah, no. Yeah, it seems like it's an issue in a lot of different places, but hopefully doesn't mean it'll be an issue here. Okay, I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes 6-1 with trustee Browning voting no.
Thank you.
All right, next is public hearing and, resolution 2025-68, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, notifying Boulder County of the expiration of the land use intergovernmental agreement.
So in an effort to keep it brief tonight, we are just following up on direction from the board provided on September 15th to bring forward a resolution allowing essentially allowing the expiration of the Lyons Planning Area Comprehensive Plan IGA with Boulder County. I can go into any other background or detail, and the draft resolution, I'm certainly open to your feedback on language in the draft resolution, should you like to capture other sentiments within that.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Okay, we should let you know, we did notify the county and their responses were very brief. Okay, thank you for letting us know. And then the other planner just said, okay, we'll take you off our meetings. That's all we've heard so far from the staff we've been working on.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will open the public hearing for this item. Come on up. You waited a long time, thank you.
Well, you guys have to do it every week. Or every 2 weeks. Matt Beverina, 405 Vasquez Court. And I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points I made in email before the meeting tonight. I think many folks have been following along with the IGA process for the past couple of weeks. Were surprised at the 180 on looking to eliminate the IGA. I understand the board's perspective that there are not many municipalities, and I believe maybe only Longmont has an IGA. However, Lyons is unique geographically compared to the rest of the towns in Boulder County. And I think the 2012 IGA does, I think it's a good thing, and it does make some strong points on why an IGA is good. And there's 6 points laid out in the intent and purpose section of the 2012 IGA, namely that it serves a purpose of implementing the comprehensive plans of both the county and the town. It recognizes future urban development, which is appropriate in the Lyons planning area. It maintains a community buffer, and that means that the IGAs intend to keep the LIA, RPA, and the land outside the LPA rural in character to preserve a community buffer. Fourth is that it protects view corridors and allowing only compatible development in the Lyons planning area. Fifth, fosters intergovernmental cooperation. Sixth, encourages transparent and timely decisions. So I think those are all good reasons to have an IGA and maintain an IGA. And I think my read is, in following along for actually more than 2 years, is that the vast majority of the town does support an IGA for those very reasons. And moreover, I think there's broad support for the 2012 IGA. So my request for tonight is, given the sharp 180 from the September 15th meeting, is to place a pause on the vote and take into account the support for the 2012 IGA and attempt. I know there might be, it might not be well received at Boulder County. That's not apparent to me. Maybe it is to you, but go back to the county with just the 2012 IGA and see if they might be amenable to extending that out for another 10 years. So that's all I'd like to say, and thank you for your time and serving the community.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, since there's nobody else in the room, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Right.
I move to approve resolution 2025-68, allowing the Lyons planning area IGA with Boulder County to expire on November 28th.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Okay. So I'm going to kick off this discussion, because this has been, there are a couple of us who have been through this whole process from the beginning, and it's been a lot. I am finding it really interesting that we decided to hold a public hearing for a resolution, which is absolutely not required and actually very rarely happens. And we have exactly one person here. tonight. Perhaps people are weary of the topic. I'm sure we all are to a point. When we're asked to simply extend the 2012 IGA, the county, because of the way they have segmented or kind of siloed their different departments, they won't include the partnership pieces that we found so valuable in the 2012 IGA. So we cannot have the 2012 IGA. The county has told us that this is not possible. The other thing I want to point out is that, you know, during the last election season, we heard a lot of, if you don't pass this amendment to the 5-acre rule, then we have a petition going and we're gonna do a referendum so that every single annexation has to go to a vote of the town. So to me, it sounds like what the town actually does want is that kind of direct democracy affecting land use decisions. And this is essentially going to be that. Anybody who wants to try to annex in on the northwest side of town, it's gonna have to go to a vote. That's just the way it is. I still firmly believe that given that it's cheaper and easier to develop in the eastern corridor, that's where we're gonna see any development. I really have a hard time believing that there would be any developer who would put the time, effort, all that money into creating something that might well fail a vote. So I'm going to be voting yes for this. I met with Commissioner Loachman last week and we had a conversation about it. I explained the board's thought process, invited her to watch the meeting and thanked her for all of her hard work and all of her staff's hard work. And I thank our staff too for all of the hard work over many years. Mayor Pro Tem?
I've been dealing with this for over 2 years. And I feel like the staff, the board, particularly the committee, and want to single out thanking Trustee Hamrick for his really great work with that group to come up with a very, very good workable IGA that the county rejected. And because it is a negotiation, we don't get to make this decision ourselves. The county rejected it. And 2012 is not a possibility. Everything that mattered about 2012 is gone. They will not allow us to consider that stuff. There's no value in it. I think we should also take instruction from the fact that nobody else in the county except for Longmont, and that was strictly related to land use. Nobody has one, including other mountain towns in the county. And I think we take a look at the county's response to this consistently has been, okay, yeah, it's fine. You know, there comes a point at which you're just flogging a dead horse. And I was surprised, because I led off the discussion last time. I was surprised. I had no idea if anybody else felt the way I did. And then we go around the room and everybody who was here made this decision. Nothing's happened in the last couple of weeks that would cause me to change my mind on that. I do want to note that while we only have one person here, we did receive a number of orders and emails on this. And I appreciate what everybody is saying there. The problem is, and maybe we just haven't made this clear enough. What they are requesting that we return to 2012 is not an option. I am therefore going to be voting in favor of this.
Trustee Brandon?
Yes, I also want to acknowledge that I've heard from a number of people, including Matt's very informative email. And if I thought it was possible that the county would agree to the 2012 IGA, I'd be all in favor of that. I think it was a good document. I think it served its purpose well for a number of years. I wish we could just extend it. I just don't think the county is open to doing that. And so I wish that was an option. I agree that I don't think it is. Should, in communication with county people, at the commissioner or staff level, they indicate any interest in extending the current IGA, I think that's something our board should be willing to discuss, because I think we all know what it is pretty well. I don't think it would require a lot of substantive discussion to proceed forward with that. I just don't think it's doable. I think what it would do with the county is signal some willingness to reopen negotiations again, and I think we decided pretty much unanimously that we spend enough time and effort at both the board and staff and citizen level doing that. So I'll be voting yes for this. I'll put on the record, if anybody from the county indicates any interest in extending the 2012 or even reinstituting the 2012 IGA after it expires, I'd be most interested in doing that. I just don't think that's likely to happen.
Trustee Williams?
My sense is that over an extended period of time, much of which I didn't experience directly, there were lots of drafts, lots of proposals, lots of negotiation where people tried, both on our side as staff, as trustees, as Lions citizens, maybe also on the county side, I don't know, to balance the property rights and environmental concerns of Lions property owners, the property rights of people who are property owners in unincorporated Boulder County with our infrastructure requirements and safety concerns, and that there just wasn't an obvious way to reconcile all of those, including, I think, extending 2012. So extending 2012, I think, would have undermined some of those objectives. I didn't see an obvious answer. So in the absence of an obvious answer, maybe with the presence of a reluctant interlocutor on the other side, as the county seems to be, my inclination, if possible, is to just step out of the transaction. So if, as a body, we don't have something really affirmative that we know how to do to solve a problem, my reflex sometimes is going to be to step away from the problem and let the market handle it, or let some other jurisdiction handle it, or let individual citizens handle it. And I think this is one of those cases where, without a clear reason to extend or continue the conversation, I'm fine with just letting it expire.
Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I wrote down some thoughts here. There's been bad and there's been good about this whole IGA process. I appreciate the work that the previous board did. I appreciate the work that the task force did. Appreciate the work that staff has put into it. But to my mind, what really happened here was a series of misperceptions by the public that there was something underhanded going on behind the scenes. And I speak specifically to emails that I saw from Planner Kimmett, who thought about, gee, is there any way we can get rid of the 5-acre exemption? Planner Bowen presented the infamous spreadsheet to the PCDC, where the perception was that there were larger lots being subdivided to less than 5 acres for the purposes of annexation and avoiding the 5-acre rule. So these perceived machinations, and I emphasize perceived, I'm not casting any aspersions here on people, but what it did is it energized the public in a way that I haven't seen in my 13 years in Lions in a long time. We had the standing room only sessions up at the library. We had the creation of the Lions Citizen for Responsible Development come about. We filled this hall and the library on many occasions. And to your credit, Mayor Rogan, you did appoint the task force, which did, I thought, a stellar job under the leadership of Doug Matthews. But as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, none of that was accepted by the county. It's a shame. There's 6 or 7 weeks of work there that by citizens that went down the tubes. But the good that comes out of this is, I think that if you see that citizens, when energized, to participate in the public process, let us know where they're coming from. I was stunned with the 5 acre amendment vote that came. I never expected to see a majority like that. So I, for one, am glad to see this whole, I'm calling it a misadventure, disappear. I mean, the amount of staff time, board attention, and residents' involvement has been tremendous, but ultimately futile. The kicker for me was when it was revealed that 9 out of 10 Boulder County municipalities did not have a similar IGA with the county. And clearly those towns and cities would have a much larger stake in an IGA, given the territory that they have with potential annexations. So I think the town is quite capable of handling the annexations on its own, and I'll be voting for the negotiations.
Yeah, as you were talking about flogging a dead horse, I was literally thinking like 3 minutes prior to that, beating a dead horse. So I think we're on the same wavelength there. And I appreciate you speaking to the citizen engagement in the public process. I mean, I like to think that something positive came out of this. Unfortunately, it's not going to be an IGA. And I agree with you, and I also learned that only Longmont had an IGA, and it was only for land use agreements. I thought, okay, well, and again, I see the lack of commitment or reaction from the Boulder County. They don't seem too concerned that we don't have an IGA. So it doesn't seem like a big deal. I mean, of course, I am concerned about future development in Lyons, and it sounds like it will be a direct democracy affecting land use. And it does sound like the majority of people want development in the eastern corridor. So I will also be letting it expire. Mr. Hammer?
When I heard this board had done a 180, I was shocked. I spent 3.5 hours today watching last board meeting, so I didn't get to miss that. But after I watched everybody's discussion and dialogue and thought, yeah, it became obvious this was the right thing to do. So as much as it pains me, I thought we were so close at some point in time, but as you alluded to, it's negotiations, you never know what's gonna happen. So unfortunately, yeah, all this work gets flushed down, away, but it's the right thing to do, so I'll be voting yes.
All right. Would staff like to add anything before I call for the vote? All right, I'll call for the vote.
The motion passes. Okay, unanimously. Thank you.
Great, thank you, everybody. Okay.
Trail breathe.
Yeah.
What? Oh, my.
All right, so then, considering the changes to the agenda, let's move on to the consent agenda, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's me.
I don't usually say that. Yeah, would you please be consent into the agenda, Clerk Cascas?
Yes. Item 1 is resolution 2025-70, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, providing for additional appropriation during fiscal year 2025 for unanticipated 2025 revenues and expenditures required of the town of Lyons, Colorado. Item 2 is resolution 2025-71, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a professional services agreement with Maple Bear Consultants LLC for document scanning services with Laserfish integration, project number 25-scanning-01. Item 3 is resolution 2025-72, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an increase in the hourly rate of pay for the Lyons Municipal Prosecutor Jacob A. Starkovich of Starkovich Law LLC. Item 4 are the September 15th, 2025 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes. Item 5 are the September 22nd, 2025 special Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And item 6 are the September accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anything anyone would like to call tonight?
Let me just say real quickly, there the item on there of doing the budget reallocations is important, and if any members of the public who express great interest in the coming budget that's piqued their interest about town budgets, it's important to look at these reallocations, because there's some big dollars in there. And I had a number of questions, but in your usual competent manner, Finance Director Eiston answered all of them to my satisfaction, so no need to pull that, but that's an important thing. I want to want to point out one thing about the budget. It was one of my questions, that the resulting numbers you showed that show what our beginning balances are projected to be for 2026, which will be what we have to work with in next year's budget, do not include any unspent funds, such as from partially unfilled positions during the year for 2025. So those balances will probably go up a little bit.
Thank you. And also, we're happy if you want us to share your questions and answers with the rest of the board.
That's fine.
That would be
Yeah, that'd be
helpful.
great.
They were great questions.
Sure.
Yeah, and great answers.
We're happy to do that.
Okay, well, and since we're commenting on consent, I would like to say kudos to Clerk Vasquez for getting the digitizing project awarded. This has been something that I've been trying to push for 5 years now, I think. 4 years, a long time. Long time.
It's been a
So,
long time coming.
it's been a long time coming, and I appreciate your work on that, and that's super exciting.
And the costs related to that, which I think are very, very reasonable.
Yes.
And the fact that it likely will be done before our term ends.
Yes. So we're saying goodbye to a lot of paper.
Yes.
All right, with that, I'll call for a vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So let's move on to general business resolution 2025-73. A resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding a construction contract to DeFalco for electric line undergrounding and water line replacement on Lowell Avenue.
Mayor and trustees, this was put on the general business because it did come in over the budget that was discussed previously. You may remember this was a project that originally started with the discussion of undergrounding the electric line in the one block on Ewald from Miley to Prospect. It showed up that the water line is a smaller 4-inch water line, was in the capital improvement plan for the water wastewater fund. We then have also found out that the fire hydrant at that, what could be the southwest corner of town, is very old. And I did have it retested recently, and while it flows 600 gallons per minute, it was very weak flow. And the guys were a little nervous with it creaking and moaning, and they opened it up. So with that, we came to propose that staff does still recommend moving forward with this. The over budget, there is a breakdown in there showing that on the electric side, it came in at 84,000. We do still have N-Line's portion of installing some wires, so that would still probably be an additional 20,000, putting it right around or just over the 100,000 budgeted on the electric side. But it was the water, the work for the water line that really came in over at 151,000. You may see the total of the range for the 3 bids was from 596 down to 272. So this low bid from a company we are familiar with working with, DeFalco, did come in and seems reasonable based on the other bids, knowing where this area is. And it does still seem to be an important project to get done. Again, hearing that infrastructure is something to take into account, and that there is some wildfire concerns there, that would be a pretty prioritized hydrant for wildfire coming in from the open space to the southwest of that area. So we're proposing to still move forward. And we do have some unexpected additional revenue in the water, wastewater, knowing that any unexpected revenue could still and probably should be put towards the capital improvement projects. I just wanted to toot my own horn, my choice to not go and do this carryover of water with Northern Water. I've talked about it once or twice. Went from us getting 7,000 to 36,000 in revenue for our water use. So there's 30,000 extra that was not budgeted for. that we could apply to that.
So, does this price include a new hydrant? Do they need a new hydrant? Like,
I believe the hydrant's on there. I was gonna try to pull out the paperwork. I don't have that in.
because
front
it
of-
seems to me like if the fire folks are concerned about the creaking of a hydrant, we should make sure that the hydrant is replaced when we do this.
I'm, wanna say 75, 90% sure a new hydrant is in there. Because I know that was part of the plan, and then I would say we donate this to the museum. I had a fire department employee or staff asking if we could donate it to the fire department,
Okay, yeah.
but I'll let you choose that after the project's done.
So this was like 100 years old or something.
1899, I thought it was.
So, yeah, I have one. So you said you're like 95% sure that this includes a hydrant. How much does a hydrant actually cost? On the off chance that it doesn't include the hydrant?
The hydrant itself,
Yeah.
3,000.
Well, I was gonna say 6.
3,000 for the hydrant and connection, so. 5.
You just know this off the top of your head. 3,000.
Well, they used to be, they're probably 25% more, so
Yeah, who knows?
5 to 6 probably.
Sorry, I co-opted that. Questions for staff?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So refresh me, Aaron, we're doing the water line because it was convenient, because we're digging up the road for the buried electric lines, right?
I wouldn't say convenient, it was, again, something that was scheduled in the capital improvement plans. And there is the concerns with the hydrant there. But we were focused on the electric side of it first, because the residents there came in to say they would underground their service lines.
Okay. But in actuality, we're probably saving money by doing both of them concurrently.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yes. In the mobilization was 26,000, you could probably have 26,000 for both projects if you did them separate.
Any other questions?
I'm embarrassed to say, I don't know which of these fire hydrants we're talking about. Is it Ewald and Prospect or is it Ewald and Miley?
Ewald and Miley. And it is in here, and their bid for it is $9,000 for the new hydrant.
There you go.
Ooh, that includes installation?
Yes.
Yeah, can we sell the old one? Does the fire district want to buy the old?
Scrap metal.
Oh, like just
We
Williams
did
wants it.
We have one old one that was removed.
That'd be great. That'd be a great.
Because the
option.
fire hydrant.
Fair, but
What?
I would
Really?
not.
From 1800.
From the fire hydrant dates to the 1800s.
Yeah.
Is there a photo of this fire hydrant?
Well, you can go see it.
Made out of wood?
No,
No.
he's pulling your leg. You can go see it though. I think it should be saved
It should be donated to the museum.
or put in front of town hall or something.
Mm.
Make it a dog bowl. Yeah, the dog park. That's great.
Sure.
Okay,
There's one there already.
Yeah. There's a-
now I can't recall if we had a motion or not. Okay, great.
I motion.
Okay,
I move to approve resolution 2025-73, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a construction agreement with DeFalco Construction Company for Ewald Avenue Utility Conduit and Water Line Project.
thank you. Is there a second?
I shall personally second that motion.
Do we have any discussion about this item?
Just that not only is infrastructure a high priority in the budget survey, so was fire risk mitigation, and this is both.
Yeah.
So-
Yes. Not to mention beautification
Historical preservation.
Thank
and
you.
historic preservation. This is all great.
Check, check, check.
Okay, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for bringing that to us. Next up, discussion direction on grid hardening grant application for undergrounding electric line and or backup power from Longmont Power and Communication.
So brought this forward because there is a grid hardening grant that's available. It had opened in last month, mid-September, and it closes in early November. And wanted to bring forward if staff should even get started on working through the application. That will take some staff time. We can come back at next meeting if there's still time to say, do you want to commit to this? Here's why we think this would be good. But again, trying to just come up at the very beginning and mention it. This was a grant or a project that we applied for an HMGP grant back in 2023. It is the undergrounding of the electric lines from 3666 to Black Bear Hole. At that time, we were just looking at the design because that alone might be 200 to 300,000. The entire project could easily be 1.4, and here we're looking at 1,334,000. Using that because at that point, we can get the maximum grant amount of $1 million and spend the 334,000 on that. And we can look at, we are already budgeting 100,000 without a specific project just for doing the undergrounding. If the electric fund has been doing pretty well and I think could handle the 300,000, the 400,000. If we could get the entire stretch of that undergrounded, it would seem like a pretty good project to get done with leveraging those funds.
Thank you. And Victoria, could you talk about the benefits of doing that?
Sure, there's actually two significant benefits for doing this. Of course, anytime we underground an electric line, it helps with wildfire mitigation. It also helps with the possibility of vehicles on, along the highway hitting lines and taking down the community. In this case, it also could involve a discussion with Longmont that they would provide the community backup electric for the whole town, if we can hook to it through this grant. So it's not just undergrounding electric like we try to do all the time. It also could provide totally redundant, at least, I don't know if it's one phase or three phase, but it's all three phase, backed up power from Longmont in the case we go out, which we do not have that. Right now, we only have it to the wastewater plant. And that would hold us a couple short term. But this could provide redundancy in the case of an outage, complete outage. Which is pretty important.
Yeah.
To our business community, especially.
Wow. Everybody's health.
Everybody.
Okay, any questions for, I'm sorry, were you finished?
I was just gonna ask, what kind of staff time do you think you're talking about?
Not
The
having,
match, and what's the match?
the match is the 300, so we put up 334,000 for that 1 million. So it's 33%, but that's the max, up to 334,000 is the max that they would put forward. So if it's over 1.334, we cover the rest. The staff time, I haven't looked through the application in detail. Be working with Tracy Sanders, and she does the grant applications. It would have some requirements from the utility side, but in what kind of outages, frequency we have, things like that. 5 hours, 10 hours. I'm again, not sure on some of these larger grants, what it takes. I can try to find out after this what she puts into it.
And there's also an aesthetic component as well, of course, if you picture all the way from the junction of 3666 to
I would point out, we would be
Welcome Dorn.
probably on the new trail to get this project done, digging up right beside it, the trench along there. I think the new trail has reduced the cost of getting that whole project done because now there's a path.
Well, not to mention line loss, undergrounded lines lose a lot less electricity. It's much more efficient.
Does this have to go before the UEB?
They'll talk.
Or have they weighed in on it?
I was gone for the last meeting, so.
Right, we talked a little bit about it, but I haven't as much because it was just right now to see if we should spend the time going forward with the grant.
Yeah.
And if we did, then I can bring it up with them, what it will take and what's involved.
Does the board have an interest in approving staff time to move forward with this? For sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, that sounds like a unanimous yes, please.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that forward. Okay, finally, our last discussion direction item is the proposed Boulder County mental health tax. So. Sorry, Commissioner Levy would like to know if we would like to endorse it as a body.
I feel like it is pretty important. Because we're going to end up losing state money in this because of the loss of income because of the federal stupid tax bill. That's not an area the state is going to be prioritizing. And to me, this is proactive on the side of the county. Plus, I know most of these organizations she's talking about. And they do really good work. And we're, if you particularly look at that information that major, what we used to call access to in the DSM-4, major issues are not, we do not have the therapists with the ability or frankly insurance often to be able to deal with some very difficult mental health issues. This would cover all of that. And yeah, I think likely it ends up being continued, and I appreciate that they do seem to put these things through. Taking a little tiny bit at a time. If that's not a plan, then they missed a chance to have made that a plan in the past. I mean, that doesn't bother me, but that's not, of course, not a part of us saying we're in favor of it. I would like to sign on saying yes.
Thank you. Mr. Brady?
While I do not question in any respect the importance of the mental health needs that were outlined by Commissioner Levy, as a philosophical matter, I question whether it is the place of the Board of Trustees to advise Lions voters on what they should do on a tax increase like this. Particularly when Boulder County, this would be their 12th small percentage tax increase, and as Commissioner Levy indicated, try to do a little research myself. I don't believe any of them have ever sunsetted. So the suggestion that this is just for 3 years, we'll see how it works, doesn't square with Boulder County history. And in fact, on the same ballot will be another measure to extend, actually to make permanent, I believe, one of the 4 different open space taxes. I just don't think, I think Lions voters and taxpayers are perfectly capable of making their own decisions on this. I don't believe that they need advice from the Board of Trustees. And in fact, to some extent, Board of Trustees advice may well encourage some people to say, and Board of Trustees is endorsing another tax and I'm gonna vote against it. So I'm not even sure how influential the position would be. I don't know if it's envisioned that we would do a follow-up resolution on that, or we'll just give them direction tonight.
Yeah, I think the direction would be for perhaps me to tell Commissioner Levy the board either decided to support or not support this.
Okay. I'm in favor of letting Lions voters and taxpayers make up their own minds on this, so I do not believe the board should take a position on it.
Thank you, Trustee Williams.
I share Trustee Browning's belief that this is an important issue that deserves some dollars and attention. I also share his reservation about our stepping in and endorsing other people's proposals. I said earlier tonight that if there wasn't a good reason for us or for me to step into someone else's decision, that I would be inclined to sit it out. And I think this might be one of those cases. The one thing that might sway me one way or the other, if anyone has a history on this or an impression on this or a rule of thumb on this, is a better understanding of how the county allocates revenue that it's received and is then sending back to its constituent jurisdictions. I don't know if we'll get about the same percentage as we contributed, or if we'll get some arbitrary percentage, or if they'll make some determination of whether Leaf needs the money or doesn't need the money. That could sway my decision, but my inclination is to vote against.
I have a little bit of information for you. I don't know whether it'll sway your decision or not. Because when they brought up I think it was the affordable housing tax, I remember asking Commissioner Loachman, how will you decide how this gets dispersed? And I think that the county learned a lot from that process. And so, as Commissioner Levy said, they're going to appoint an advisory committee that will be composed of members of every community. That advisory committee will advise the commissioners as to where the money should go and what organizations it should go to. Whether we get dollar for dollar, what we put into it is almost impossible to predict. I do know that the county is a big supporter of LEAF, at least they have been in the past. I personally believe that the community of Lyons would get a fair shake out of it and that our citizens would get more services. I know that LEAF in the past has struggled, for example, to provide services for children, mental health services for children. And I think that's been a gap. I believe with this kind of funding, we would be able to see those kinds of services expand. So I don't know, but if you want to wait and see what everybody else has to say before you make a final decision.
That's helpful, thank you.
You can do that.
Can I respond as well?
Sure.
Because I guess what I want to share is my past experience as, a board member at LEAF, when we decided to take on the mental wellness program. That was in 2019. And at the time, we were hesitant to expand the programming because we already had a very important food pantry to serve the community. We already had basic needs to respond to as well. And so this was a really big push to include mental wellness. But we saw how many of our community members were not able to secure an appointment with mental health partners. It was really difficult for me to get an appointment. And we saw how much our community was suffering. In fact, our last board talked about suicide prevention. We talked about allocating funding and making that a priority as well, because of all the suicides that have happened in the last few years. And so it was a really difficult decision for the board to take at that time. But I feel like, and maybe Trustee Hammer can speak to this more now as a current board member, but I feel like LEAF has provided so many services since 2019. And I'd like to think that it has helped with that issue. And I know that she did speak to LEAF and the funding. And I was really glad that she knew of LEAF services and that they are going to be using community-based programs that already function well. And another thing I want to add is that a few years ago, I was actually on a virtual meeting with a lot of human services agency in Boulder County who were reacting to the news that money had just disappeared from the state budget for mental wellness. It was like $130 million was like gone. And they were asking the county commissioner, where did that go? Can you find out where that went? Why is the money not there? So I see this as a direct response. And I see Boulder County being proactive, and I see this is a direct response of lack of funding. And then she literally pointed to that. And I remember that meeting very well with all these stakeholders like EFA, for example, and it was a really big deal. Because and again, I'm going to this meeting on Wednesday with Boulder County Regional Working Group on the prevention of homelessness, and they speak here to how many people who are unhoused suffer from mental illness. And I, speaking to suicide in our community, it's prevalent, it's everywhere, and I think it does need to be funded. And this is zero. And if as a board we don't endorse it as a body, I am personally endorsing this. There's no doubt about it.
I appreciate a philosophical decision to not support this because I don't feel like it's a responsibility of the town board, in which case then I personally sign on to it. But LEAF has not been able to provide the level of mental health care that this town needs. And I am aware of more than one therapist who are charging 50% of their usual fee for young people in this town who need therapy who do not have the kind of coverage that's necessary. That won't change with this, but it's a recognition of the need. And additionally, I'm on the board of Boulder Valley Health Center. And because of the national funding cutbacks, we've had to make the decision to focus specifically on the area of reproductive health with women and pull back all of our funding for individuals with gender dysphoria and any medical care that might be provided to them, as well as any counseling that might be provided to them. So we left a large number of residents of primarily the county without any place to go for that. Within the species, because we kind of have to make the main thing the main thing in our case.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good question, which is like, if this doesn't pass, where does the money come from? Where did the money go and where does it come from?
Still haven't received an answer.
I'm sure, yeah. I think you need
Still waiting.
yeah.
I think it's important for this board to lead by example rather than dictate. And, you know, we've shown our commitment to mental health counseling and services by committing a portion, pretty significant portion of the marijuana tax to those purposes. And I believe it was supported by the residents. I didn't hear any naysayers about that. So I think we have a support in the community for similar ventures like this. I just don't think it's appropriate for the board to weigh in on this. I personally am gonna be voting for this when it comes up on the ballot, but I don't think it's up to us to weigh in on Boulder County ballot questions. I mean, we could get into an endless cycle here. I might suggest to you, maybe we should support the extension of the open space tax, for example. You know, why aren't we talking about that? So I can't recall any issue in the past where the board has weighed in on the ballot question. I don't know, you guys have been around longer than I have.
Sure, yeah, we
And
do when we're.
we publicly said.
School districts, I don't know that.
Yeah, we weighed in, the last board weighed in on the ballot question about the affordable housing tax. Or maybe it was 2 boards ago.
I just don't think it's appropriate to do it.
Okay, maybe mark down as a no. Dave?
I'm in support of this board, supporting issuing a letter to the county supporting this.
Lee? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna add, I mean, this would be a whole different discussion, but now that Leaf has a new executive director, we've held off, I've been pushing for us to come up with a new strategic plan. It's very outdated. It includes mental health and what we should do. I don't know, we've been terribly effective and it's been a scattered approach. So anyway, new EDs in place. And so top priority is going to be coming up with a new strategic plan. So I'd be interested in hearing community inputs, however we figure that out to what are the gaps and the needs for that police are provided.
Good luck with that strategic plan. On.
Yeah.
Mayor Rogan.
Yeah.
Attorney Devon has his hand raised.
I'm sorry, Attorney Devon?
Oh, no worries. Just to confirm, so I pulled it up. We did do a resolution for the open space sales and use tax extension in 2023. I think we did another one earlier than that, but that was the last one I could find.
I'm not sure. I know ballots go out October 10th. So I'm not sure we'll have enough time to do I mean, we could do a resolution. Well, let's see where the conversation goes. Trustee Williams, have you?
Yeah, I'd be inclined, I guess, to support it if we've done this in the past and if we feel that we're going to get some benefit for our constituents if this passes. I would urge staff to phrase whatever letter or conversation or endorsement we issue as being an appreciation of the likelihood that our local organizations will receive some of the benefit of this tax.
So the majority of the board is in favor of supporting the Boulder County mental health tax. How about this? Let's gear up a resolution for the 20th. In support, and in the meantime, I'll reach out to Commissioner Levy and just make sure that would be helpful if she doesn't need a resolution
she just needs the board agreement, then we can. Pull it. Does that sound okay? Oh, okay, great. Terrific. So let's move on to trustee reports. Trustee Hammer, let's start with you.
It's simple, nothing to report.
Okay.
We have an SFC meeting this Thursday, though, so I'm looking forward to
Oh, great.
re-engaging with that.
Yeah, perfect. Trustee Dodgy, do we think we can keep it under 5 minutes?
It's very short, very short. The Student Advisory Commission has not met yet. But we, upon approval of the fourth member, whose application has been sent in, then we hope to hold our first meeting before the end of the month. It sounds like it could be after our next board meeting, so hopefully between the 20th and the 26th of October is what we should be aiming for. And I was really fortunate to be able to make a quick appeal to the US government class today at the Alliance High School, and I did see some interest there. I actually thought we might see a couple of high school students today. So maybe next time. I gave them both dates, tonight's meeting and October 20th, so who knows? Secondly, on Wednesday, I will be attending a virtual meeting. We've moved to monthly meetings now as opposed to quarterly for the Boulder County Regional Working Group on the Prevention of Homelessness. And they will be presenting an AD toolkit. So I guess my question to the board, because I already brought this up at the Housing and Human Services Commission, for which I'm no longer the liaison, so I'm kind of passing the torch here, is this, and when I say this, what I brought up with the Housing and Human Services Commission last meeting was whether we want to go forward with some kind of ADU fair or workshop or tour to incentivize local residents to look at or, you know, think about how to design an ADU in town. And this is something that the working group has been talking about and addressing. And after discussing this with Planner Ritchie after the last meeting, we felt like Lyons was in a place where we could move forward without waiting on Boulder County, because I think we were both a little surprised at the last meeting that they didn't have something to present. We were expecting a template to be handed to us, and maybe they will have that on Wednesday. I'm not sure, but I'm wondering if the board would be interested in the HHSC and possibly the PCDC working on this going forward, because I'd like to see this happen before the end of our term.
And so I had a brief conversation with Commissioner Loachman about this, since we're transitioning reason. And we talked about the possibility, and you and I can talk about this, of instead of having one ADU fair in Lyons, maybe we do a twice yearly public information session at the library where staff is there for an afternoon and can answer people's specific questions, or, you know, maybe it looks a little bit different in getting the word out.
I just think that since the state law passed at the end of June, I don't know that we've done a lot of communication to encourage residents to think about ADUs.
Well, now that we're ADU certified or supportive, maybe we'll have money to give them to think about it. Anything else?
No, I just want to thank you for hosting the art show at Town Hall Wednesday.
You're
Supporting
welcome.
of this meeting.
You're welcome. Thank you for going to the meeting so I can host the art show. Trustee Love?
College board met on September 16th. They're still looking for some answers on the B City resolution, which is gonna come before this board hopefully fairly quickly. But the application is still with B City, who does this sort of thing. It hasn't come back yet. Thanks for putting me in touch with Peter Wadden.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We had a nice conversation with him.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah, we'll see what comes out of it. I know he's still sort of grappling with the whole statewide regulation on pesticides and whatnot, but I sympathize with his problem up there with the unregulated use of pesticides and herbicides, streamside and Vale. So that was a good conversation. Thank you also for appointing me to the Parks and Rec Commission. I really enjoy that. I was on that for 3 years.
Great.
It's gonna be great to get back into it. Unfortunately, I'm gonna miss the first meeting because they moved it to October 20, which is the first part. I talked to the chair and we'll connect, so. Oh, and October 18th, Lions Valley Park HOA is gonna be hosting, you got the message, right, Victoria? Gonna be hosting a wildfire partners neighborhood meeting. They've done an assessment of the neighborhood for its susceptibility to wildfires and what can be done in terms of mitigation. I would like to see the whole community get fire-wise copyright certified, which could give us a break on insurances. So
That's great.
working that on another angle, so that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, interestingly, the HPC met and was puzzled that we have done a moratorium on buildings on Main Street for any destruction of buildings or whatever. They didn't seem to remember having been supportive of that. So, and it was to a person. So they weren't particularly supportive of that. You have some insight into that?
No, I'm puzzled, so.
I
the
was
historic
just,
preservation
I was
commission
dumbfounded, I kind of wish Gil was still here to, just to confirm that I was hearing everything right from everyone. But there was not a single person there who said, yeah, that was a great thing. I'm like, am I crazy? Because I'm really sure that's not what was said here a few months ago. So I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm just reporting. Okay, and then additionally, a long-term resident of the town, 18 years as of last week, a person who I happen to live with, to whom I formerly was married, said, okay, everything looks really beautiful, but why is there still a rope on the south side of 66 that's been there since they first seeded that grass? That doesn't even extend all the way down now. And as soon as she said, it's like I can't not see it anymore. If you're headed out, if you're headed east, and like where the moose is, there's just a rope that was placed up there with rods in the ground. At the time we did our initial seeding there, that actually, once she pointed it out, it's like, well, God, that's ugly, but everything else looks amazing. So if we could take a look at that and see why that is still there, I'm thinking that probably should have been removed a long time. I mean, well, you have to pull the poles out of the ground, the whole thing. But yeah, it's still there. I mean, just take a look. I'm quite sure I'm not crazy about that one.
Do you have photo evidence?
I just saw it today. It's like, I've never noticed that. And Kathy said it has bothered me every single time I've driven by for, I don't know, the last 3 years. You're the board, do something about it. So.
Did you?
I did not. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yes.
Now,
All right, anything else?
no.
Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I just got back from vacations. I was not at the, UEB meeting on October 1st. They are, they are each meeting now consulting about the wastewater treatment facility upgrades. Chris Colleen on there has particular expertise in that area. People who,
Right.
and so they're exchanging information with her and their eyes are on that project.
Terrific.
I'd love to be able to just explain something about draft PRB pressure setting and water model, but I know absolutely nothing about it. So if that's important, I'll fill you in next time.
Okay, great.
Oh, and one agenda question. You said that we are gonna have a session in November about the noise ordinance. Okay.
Yeah, workshop, right?
Well, yeah, we'll have they will present the results from what they found, and then we'll do it as a workshop and discussion. Right. Trustee Williams?
I was happy at our last meeting to be appointed as a liaison at PCDC, but they have not met. So I have very little to say about that. I do have two other notes from other arenas of my life. One is that the fire district held a CWPP meeting at its Station 2, which is out in Blue Mountain. They had 3 times as many people as they did for the session that they had here in town. They were very surprised at the level of engagement, very excited about it. And I'll definitely bring those results to us eventually. On the Evans Street project, it might be overstepping a bit by giving you a quick update there, but I know that people do ask and I want to be able to answer. We are mostly leased up now. We have leases on 8 of the 9 properties, 8 of the 9 units. They tend to range from about 60 to about 70% AMI. So they are pretty affordable by most people's calculation. Though there definitely are people who were hoping that we would come in way lower and realized that it wasn't quite going to manage to hit their mark, but we tried. We have one more milestone to meet with the town on construction, and that is our own landscaping could be finished and the remediation of 318 Third Avenue. So there were some areas of that Dr. Bob property that we trampled in construction, and we promised to reseed that. We've done some of that reseeding already, and we've promised to complete it in October, and we'll easily hit that mark.
Thank you.
Can I add one thing there, Chair? Given the turnout at that CWPP event, we discussed having our quarterly meeting to focus on wildfire mitigation in town. Is there any kind of debate or anything for that? Because I think we can get a big turnout for that as well.
I'm not sure I understand.
Our quarterly.
Town hall.
Oh, the quarterly town hall, we have, that's the next one, we talked about wanting to schedule it for fire mitigation and
Right.
educate.
Right.
We were able to, the first opportunity we have for it, I think it's October. We'll let you know, but it's like the 23rd.
Okay, yeah, if you could send a note out to the board, just let us know.
Yeah, we were looking for the first opportunity. I think it's not 30th. I think that's what I saw Kim say to the library. We've been trying to find a date that worked for everyone, so maybe it's October 30th.
Okay, great. All right, so Metro Mayor's Caucus met, last week. We heard, it was a good meeting. We heard from a dude, who is a certified ethical hacker and the CEO of a company called Firma IT Solutions. He's worked for the United States government. What he does is, companies hire him to do penetration tests. And so he'll go to local governments, to companies, he'll hack into the systems and see where the weaknesses are in these systems. He put the fear of God into every mayor in that room. When he talked about the ransomware attacks that some of the municipalities have had to deal with. I'm happy to send around his presentation. I haven't gotten it yet from Heidi, but I'll send it around. He would charge in the neighborhood of $10,000 to do a penetration test and write reports which include recommendations for a town the size of Lyons. I kind of feel like it's worth discussing maybe at budget. If we were to lose all of our data, it would be catastrophic. If we were to be subject to a ransomware attack and we actually had to pay the money to get the data back, apparently you don't get the data back that you think you're gonna get. You get some of it back. You know, the folks who are doing ransomware attacks are not exactly ethical. So anyway, it's something that I would like to discuss more in the future. I think it might be a wise investment. The other thing we talked about was the fact that several municipalities and cities, while they haven't joined in on the land use lawsuit that was filed, they have done resolutions in support of maintaining home rule. So at some point, I would like us to discuss whether or not we want to do that. And let's see, there is an opening on the UED. Lee Hall has resigned from the UED, so if we know anybody who would like to join that, Mark and I can meet with them, perhaps Chair Kerr. So that's an opening,
I'll just, I don't know how long he's been on there, but it's
A
been
long time.
He's one of these that, for his expertise, his contributions have been invaluable.
yeah,
He's the one who got down and crawled through the culvert himself to see the collapsing things. Anyway,
yeah,
the town owes him a big debt of gratitude for many, many years of valuable service.
yeah, I agree. There on Saturday at the fire district, there is a Stop the Bleed class. Which is a CPR and, stop the bleed class. So I signed up for that. I just checked, there's 5 more spots. And it's something that's probably worthwhile for folks to do. If you have an interest. And then finally, and most importantly, there is no rape to the grave this year, as we know. There's the spooktacular. I still have a Hamburglar costume. I'm sorry, I still have a Mayor and Cheese costume and I am going to be in need of a Hamburglar. Sheriff Johnson was the Hamburglar last year. You can buy the costume on Amazon if anybody would like to volunteer, just let me know. Okay, that's all I have. Can we have a summary of action items, please?
One question before then.
Yeah.
Did you, appoint,
Ksenia, it wasn't on the agenda. I thought it was gonna be added and it wasn't added.
you don't have the ability to do that?
Well,
Just
I,
on the agenda?
It's not posted 24 hours in advance, but I mean, then again,
Okay.
I mean, who's gonna complain about something appointed to the Student Advisory Commission? So, but technically not posted 24 hours in advance, so you can't do it.
Okay.
but we'll make sure that happens at our next meeting.
Having to add it, okay. Thank you.
All right, summary of action items, please.
Yes. Okay, from the workshop, the board would like to see a formal review by the Parks and Rec Commission on the Dr. Bob plan. Also from the workshop, there were several amendments made, like replacing recording secretary to replace second vice chair. Draft minutes are to be posted with a watermark. So there's several of those. SFC and BOCO Consortium of Cities Energy Plan Review. But I've got a list of those. Also from the workshop, recommendations on potentially combining some of the commissions. Want to, and we would like to implement these changes by January. So if the board has any recommendations, send them into staff. Number 4, staff is to facilitate meetings with the community and nonprofits on the 4 recommendations suggested by the board and hopefully get this done by February for the Dr. Bob. The board would like more information on the CDOT camera project, but I think Trustee Williams noted that it was a conditions project. Number 6, the board would like to see a monthly code compliance report. Number 7, the budget survey. The board would like to see the raw data and comments. Next, I have ordinance 1198 passed on second reading. Ordinance 1198A passed on second reading. Resolution 2025-68 passed unanimously. The first reading of ordinance 1199. I put move to next agenda because we didn't say to a date certain when they were amending. So if that's okay.
It doesn't need to be because it never was said, right? And so it's not like we scheduled a public hearing and had to reset it. So because it never came up, it never had to get set to a date certain. But we can do it the next meeting.
Okay. Resolution 2025-73 passed unanimously. The municipal flag item was also moved to a future meeting. The boards and commissions with Lions Municipal Code changes was moved to a future meeting. The board consensus was to move forward with the grid hardening grant application for the undergrounding electric line and or backup power from Longmont Power and Communication. Next, staff is to draft a resolution in support of the mental health tax. Staff is to determine if the rope on 66 by the moose can be removed.
You said, look at it and now see if you can not see it.
Next I have we need to notify the board on the date for the fire mitigation open house at the library. And I'll get that to you guys in the morning.
That's great.
Next, the mayor would like to discuss hacker penetration project during the budget. We have an open seat on the UEB. Next, I didn't catch what you said. There was potential to draft a letter for a lawsuit on.
The lawsuit,
Resolution in support of the lawsuit that Aurora and Greenwood Village are doing on a whole bunch of land use bills. So
the executive orders.
that too. There's two separate lawsuits now.
Yeah, let me send this, let me forward this example to you.
Okay, perfect. And then last I have, make sure we put on the agenda to appoint Ksenia at the next meeting. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so. The only other one I had was share trustee Browning's questions regarding the budget with the board.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
Okay. Great, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second,
Second.
all right, let's go on that.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, everybody, it's
Thank you.
10:40. 10:46, thanks, Brandon.
Yeah, good
Thanks,
night.
Brad. Night.
And all of them.